During my summers, I'd spend a lot of my time working as a fire ranger. Now, this is a job which worked different to how it does in America. I would have to do this during the summer, but I'd also have to commit to doing some other jobs too. Basically, in the winter, when it could be quite cold in some regions of my country, you'd have to go miles away from home and basically just patrol. Now, we actually had a nickname for this job. You were basically the lost soldiers, patrolling land for seemingly no reason whatsoever, and like lost soldiers, you were very liable to get picked off. Now, when we said picked off, we would jokingly mean snipers, but basically, we'd mean while wandering out there alone, you could easily die of the cold or something. It was such a stupid job. I mean, actually, they ended up outlawing this because of how dangerous it was. It just seems so stupid to me and like such a big waste of human life to have to go out there for no reason. This actually went on for years and years before they made a stop, but I guess at least I experienced it, and maybe I actually learnt something from it. Now, what exactly I learned, I don't think I can tell you. To be honest, I would often just get lost in my thoughts while out there. I mean, when you've got nobody else to talk to, you can't always get a radio signal. What are you supposed to do? I can't answer that. Now, there was one strange occurrence which would happen. Every so often while wandering, we would encounter what we called the drunken man. This is somebody who would seemingly stumble around there in the middle of nowhere, go missing without a trace. It was actually quite scary sometimes. We said drunken because that's the way that this person seemed to walk, but they might have been injured or something, but this sighting went on for years and years, so we didn't think it was a real person. I remembered encountering him one day, and I was desperate to figure out who this is. I remembered really struggling to keep up. His clothes were tattered and worn, kind of looking like that of somebody who didn't have a home, but something felt off about this. I kept going for what felt like miles and miles, but I never seemed to be able to actually capture this person. I remembered one really weird encounter was when I was trying to catch up with this guy, and suddenly there seemed to be others moving very quickly through the forest. It was really scary. It was almost like loads of people would just randomly run through different parts of the forest. It was kind of like they didn't have a direction either, almost like atoms being scattered in something. It felt really weird. There seemed to be order but also chaos at the same time. So I knew this was definitely a weird moment. But it seemed like whenever I tried to approach these people, I just couldn't get close enough. It was really weird, but in the end I just kind of grown used to it. I accepted that we'd have weird encounters with the drunken people, and that's all we'd think of it really. So yeah, that was definitely a strange part of this job. Now, I absolutely adored the summer part. It was so nice being up in those areas. You had so much peace of mind, and you know what else you had? Being up in the tower, you get a really good radio reception. I would actually bring my own radio just to talk to other people who are into that, and it was really nice. You really had a community feel, and it's kind of weird to say, but you felt like others were there with you. But in the snow, you had none of that. However, I did have something that made everything so much more interesting that I still can't explain today, even more weird than the drunken walkers. Let me explain. There was a rumour going around that there was some kind of strange facility or something out there that shouldn't have been. Apparently, there was either some kind of illegal operation where people would log or something similar going on there. Every so often, we'd see some big trucks moving through, but we couldn't seem to figure out exactly who they were or where they were going. Just every so often you'd hear that familiar sound of an engine, and we'd never seemed to be able to get close. We were growing a little bit paranoid, but we didn't think much of it. I remembered speaking to one of my friends on the rarest of occasions where I got to do my patrol with the other guy, and we were mentioning how weird this was. I said, what would you do if you found out who they were? He said, well, nothing. It could be drugs or something. You don't want to get involved with that. I said, yeah, you're right. We were walking down some wooden banister type thing on one of the man-made areas of where we patrolled, but I couldn't help thinking to myself that I wanted to explore what this actually was, and I kind of knew that if I ever found this place, I was going to have to be the first person to figure out what it was. So we start talking about a few other things, and my friend turns and says to me, "Watch out there," and I say, "Thank you, you too." We now have to part ways because where we are. For some reason though, the conversation seemed to stick with me, and I was more eager than ever now to actually find out what was out there. Again, this is another problem with the role, because if you're out there all day, you might get fixated on one thing, whether it's irrational or not. But here I was, hopefully encountering my old friend, the drunken walker, but I didn't find anything. A number of weeks passed and everything falls into monotony. Nothing new's happening, not much to see, not much to do, when eventually, I'm sitting down taking a break, opening my coffee. Even this coffee has gone cold, I think to myself. I just can't think of how this can get much worse. And as I'm sitting there, annoyed about this, drinking my lukewarm salvation drink, I hear something. It's the slow grumble of an engine. I think, that's it. This has happened for a reason. This is my destiny to figure out what this is, as I slowly get up. Now, it took me a while. I don't really have the best hearing, so I really couldn't figure out where the sound was coming from. I did hear the sound of the engine getting louder and louder, so I was certain now that I was going to find where they had gone to. So I turned around and realised that it's coming from over the hill. The problem is it's not going to be easy to access this area. It means that I'm going to have to do a little bit of hiking and go through some pretty rough terrain. I'm actually quite defeated now and think that I've lost it. But I still continue that way regardless. I've at least figured out the road that they go on now. So I'm walking, with snow covering everywhere, thinking that I just wish I had a warm coffee here. I'd also bought some expensive gloves recently which broke immediately, and I was pretty annoyed about it. Again though, it's what I said, when you spend too much time out here with nothing else going on, you fixate on stupid things and you don't really think rationally any longer about situations and whatnot. So now, I continue on like normal, and I seem to get closer to where I can get a vantage point and figure out what this is. So I get over the hill and I can see a long narrow road. I decide to join it now. I don't think that I'm going to get to where I'm desiring to go, but at least if I head in the direction I should figure out where this is and make a mental note so I can come back. I noticed some moss on the trees and other plants, and I thought this is interesting because you don't really see it commonly out here. Everything's usually doused in white, so that was bizarre to see. I continue on, and I think I can just about make out sight of where the truck goes around a corner. I can't be certain because how far away I am, but I'm convinced this is something, and I come up to a small man-made bridge. I can also see the tyre tracks in the snow, so I decide that I'm going to follow them. Now I should mention that at this point, I'm starting to go quite far beyond my boundary of where I'm supposed to go. But to be honest, I just stopped caring. It's like, you know when you work in a job where you've had so much rubbish to deal with that you no longer care if you get fired that day. It was sort of like that. I mean, yeah, I needed the money, but I didn't care so much. I knew I'd be okay regardless. So I continue walking when I hear it. The slow rumble of another engine, and it wasn't too far away. I think it's coming from up ahead, and I'm convinced that the truck is returning to where I am, so I stop dead for a moment. I stare and stare, but strangely, it doesn't seem to be getting any larger, and I don't seem to be getting any closer to anything. I basically can't see much of anything. There's some kind of movement ahead of me, but I can't make out what it is. But the sound is getting closer. Then, in an idiotic moment, I turn around and realise the truck's coming from behind. That means I've got to hide then. I think, God, this isn't great, they're going to see my footsteps. The problem is too, because where I'm standing, I'm basically flanked by trees that I can't really go through. They're kind of too thick and dense. I mean, I can, but it's going to be obvious where I've went. So I instead start picking up the pace. I strangely feel a little bit of fear now, as I start to move further and further away, knowing that this thing is getting closer to me and I'm going way beyond where I normally do. I decided to start running inside the tracks themselves to make it less obvious that somebody was here. I eventually get up to another area where I think I can jump into the trees and not be seen, or at least with my footsteps. I decided to palm a lot of snow off of a tree and start covering the 2 footsteps leading out from the road into the branches. I look back, but I still don't see anything and I'm not too worried. The good thing is I have a white coat, so it's probably a bit harder to see me than not, but I don't really want to chance it. I go a bit further ahead, and luckily there's a stream, so I know that it's going to perfectly cover me. As I go to hide under the bridge thing, I almost fall in, and that's the most scary part for me. I know if I go in the water, nobody's going to find me or rescue me. We've actually had a couple of people die from this before. In fact, they've actually went across bridges that were supposed to be safe that has ended up collapsing on them, and well, you know the rest. So yeah, I certainly didn't want to join their ranks or be another memory of this place, so I just wait. Now the truck seems to be getting closer, but I still can't see it. I've covered up myself so that just my eyes are showing, and I hope that I'm able to actually spot them first. It gets very close and then suddenly stops, and I hold my breath. God, they found me. This is it, I think, as I hear 2 people get out. Now, I can't hear what's actually happening too well. I just know that I have to stay still. The problem is, because of the lack of movement, it's actually making me really cold now. And for some reason, being near the water made me so much more cold, and I start shaking. My teeth are actually chattering together, and I bite down to try and stop this making too much sound. But then, I hear them get back in, a door close, and the engine start up, and they continue on their way. I let out a sigh of relief as I exhale, and I can feel the moisture of my breath onto the coat. I then come further out of where I'm hiding, and I can see it slowly going off. The truck. Yes, that's it. I've done it. I've made it. I'm suddenly filled with exuberance as I slowly make my way out of the cold and back onto the path. Now, I didn't actually check if anybody else was around. I was just convinced that they had gone off. Well, I see them round the corner, and I'm pretty convinced that I know exactly where I need to go now. I think, yes, finally, I've got them. I honestly can't wait to actually explore what this place is or where they're going. I mean, literally nobody seems to figure out exactly what this is, and I'm excited to potentially be the first. So I get up and keep making my way forward, very excitedly. I just keep telling myself that this is going to be it. You're going to solve this mystery. And I keep making my way further. It was actually getting a little bit dark now. Now, I knew I had a while before it was completely dark, but I didn't want to be out here in the cold, as I then start to see some kind of barbed wiry fence as I go off the road onto another path which runs parallel to it. I think, yes, this is it. What is this place? As I see the facility is larger than I expected it to be. Now, it seems like there's a large perimeter, and I'm not sure if the fence is actually electrified or not. I spent quite a while trying to figure out if I can actually go in there or not, and I think, how am I going to navigate this? I didn't know how well they could work in the cold. I spent probably about 15 minutes of this before eventually I think, oh yeah, I can literally just go around, and kind of laugh at myself as I realise there's a big gap in the fence. I think, so much for security. Now, the sense of danger has completely eroded to the sense of adventure, and I keep going further. I can't see any other steps in the snow, so I'm pretty convinced that I'm the only person here. So that means that I can get my adventure underway, and I'm very excited for this. So I go further and further and eventually come up into a clearing near a small waterfall. I stop by the waterfall and I think, well, where is it? There literally doesn't seem to be anything, which is especially odd. I also can't see the trucks anymore, so I think maybe they've just stopped and maybe it was nothing. And I actually feel a bit disappointed now. Well, after not too long, I have a look round and I see nothing. I think, God, is this all I've done? I've just wasted all my time and I'm gonna get home late because I'm stupid. I start talking to myself when I hear a truck again and I duck down. I look up and I can see a truck pulling up to a tiny cabin. Then, not much else. It's more like a wooden hut than anything. This thing was tiny. I decided that I had to figure out what this was. Why were they all stopping at this one thing? That's weird. As I then realised that the truck's starting to turn round again. It hasn't stopped so much, it's been stopped and it's now on the move. So I'm still hiding and trying to figure out what else I can do now. Now, I was almost face down in the snow and getting very cold, and I decided to very slowly make my way behind a tree. The chances of being spotted up here is pretty low, to be honest, so I'm not too bothered. I eventually make my way up there, and I camp out for a little while. I watch as this truck slowly comes past on that same road again. It's a large truck which is unmarked. I think that's interesting. After probably about 10 more minutes, that thing eventually goes off and I think, well, yeah, it's time for me to go further up now. I took a look around and I can't see anything, just snow covering everywhere. I decide that I can follow the tree line and probably not be seen as I go up there. The thing was, it was quiet. There was no reason for me to believe logically that anybody else was up here, and the chances are it was simply myself here. So yeah, I'm pretty happy when I realise this. It makes everything so much more exciting for me. So now, I start to go further along, and eventually, I make it closer towards that hut thing. Again, I can't see anything, but I do see more tracks in the snow, so that definitely meant that there were others around here. So it's definitely an interesting one. I just want to know what this is. So I slowly, bravely make my way over there. Again, I don't hear anyone, so I don't presume that there's any reason for me not to investigate this, which is probably a mistake. But I get up and I really can't see anything around. I'm just perplexed as to why this is here, why the truck stopped here. I think, well, if there's something dodgy, I'll be able to see it and quickly go anyway. Who knows, maybe it's filled with frozen bodies or something. I had a strange feeling though when I was here. I look round and there's no windows on this thing either. There's definitely something being hidden in here, and I just want to find out exactly what it is. So I go through. I then eventually make my way towards where I can see a door which is unlocked, which I think is really funny. I do have a flashlight on me, but it's only a really small one, which is basically the size of a pen. But that doesn't matter though. So I open it, and I see an elevator. Now, the elevator shaft doesn't seem to match the environment. It looks kind of too clean, kind of too perfect, and I realise this is interesting. My hands are now shaking as I raise my hand up towards where the button is to get the elevator to work. My hand's still shaking now, and I'd say I just can't do this. I so badly want to know what this is, but I don't know what's waiting for me on the other side. As I do so, I hear some kind of echo or something, and it sounds like it comes from very far down. I think, this is so weird. Then, eventually it lights up. I jump back, and I quickly go out, now running, trying to get back. Something is coming up there and I don't know what it is. The thing is, it appeared so quickly. I only have time to hide on the opposite end of this, and I wait. I'm waiting, expecting to hear somebody come in, but I don't hear anything. Now, I thought this was weird, and I slowly peer around one edge very slowly, and I see nothing. I look over my shoulder, still nothing. I realise the coast is clear, so I open the door again, and I can now see the shaft open. I then decide, stupidly, to step in. Now, I don't know why I'd done this, but I just wanted to see what it would feel like. And then the shaft closes, and I start to panic. I watch the daylight slowly fade through the door, and I start panicking, thinking, oh no, you're so stupid. Why on earth did you come here? What did you expect? And I get really angry with myself. Then the shaft starts to move down slowly. Weirdly, there's no buttons to press on the inside. I have never felt so much fear in my life. It almost felt like I was heavy and like I just couldn't move. I then realise how warm this place is as I start to go further and further underground. It was a long time. It probably took almost a full minute to get there, and I actually faced away from the door, and then I feel myself coming to a stop, and I slowly turn around. There's no pinging sound to let you know that you're at your destination. I was frozen to the spot as I see what's a very, very long corridor. I mean, it was so far that I could barely see the end of it, going further and further underground, with white-coloured concrete walls. I can't hear anything at the other end of it. I just wait, unsure if I should proceed or not. I go to take one foot out of the door when I feel absolutely frozen. I have a feeling that if I proceed here, I'm not going to make it back. Then I hear a very, very weird sound. It's like a metallic scratching sound, which is very loud, followed by some kind of screaming. I don't know what it is. I suddenly recoil back into the shaft. I take a deep breath out, and then I jump back as I hear a sound right next to me. The doors are closing. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or not, because I don't know if I'm going further underground or not at this point. I seriously have no idea what was happening. So I just waited, completely frozen again with fear. Now eventually, I feel the pull of gravity and I start to go up again. I kind of collapsed into the corner a bit at this point, as I felt just so much relief as to not be trapped there. Honestly, it was really unreal. I don't believe in God or anything, but I honestly felt like some kind of holiness entered my body then and took me out of the danger. Going up felt internally long for some reason. I then realised that I'm probably going to another floor. The elevator then stops for a second, but continues on its way, as I'm now violently shaking. It's not because of the cold, I'm actually very warm. It's because of the fear, just pure fear and somewhat agony. Eventually, I get closer and closer to the top, and I hear the doors open and see some light. The door's still open from when I last come there. I slowly turn around just to look at the thing to make sure it was real, as I go out the door, closing it behind myself. I took a while as I very slowly walked away, almost like I'd just come back from war or something, a little bit confused by all of it. I don't quite know what to make of it, when I hear the vibration sound of a truck's engine again. I let out a very small and faint gasp as I start sprinting to the tree line. The problem is, this time it was much closer than I'd expected. I'm busted. They've definitely seen me. I eventually get up to the tree line, and I decide that all I can do now is keep moving. I'm moving for quite a while, expecting to hear the truck stop, but it doesn't at first. I think, God, guards are coming for me, guards, as I keep running along here. The thing is, I don't really know my way, and I obviously shouldn't have been here. That's obviously by far the most apparent thing here, but I was too stupid. Why did I come here? What on earth was the benefit of this? I start cursing myself over and over again. I continue on, and eventually I get up to where the small bridge is again and make my way over. I'm now stuck with a harrowing moment where I have to go back onto the path where the trucks are coming, but I don't have a choice. I start doing so and I hear the engine again. It made me turn into some kind of super sprinter as I keep going. The thing was, I got messy now because of the fear. I wasn't following a nice neat path. It was going to be really obvious that somebody had been walking up here, but I didn't care. It seems like I can keep pace with this truck, finally. It's not gaining on me, but it means it's not getting further away. But I realise I can't keep up this pace for too long. I eventually dash out of the road into the woods as I get back onto a more normal trail. Within 10 minutes, I can no longer hear the truck and I'm back onto the normal paths. The only footsteps I can see are my own, and I continue following them. I think it was comforting knowing that I'm at least following parts of myself, and I kept going fixated on this. I actually only stared at the ground at this point. I did so for about 25 minutes, and I eventually get back to the normal areas that I known. I didn't stop going though. My knees actually start to feel like they're jelly. It's exhausting running in the snow, but that's what I'd done for quite a long time now. I eventually make it back, and I didn't finish my job. It was just about daylight, and I eventually get back into my car. I sat there shaking for probably another 30 or 40 minutes as I realised that I've discovered something I wasn't supposed to. Now, I knew that I had done something wrong, but I was just scared of what consequences might come later on. So I sat here for a little while before deciding that I've got to get home, and I decided to tell nobody about what I'd seen. In fact, I've only recently, all these years later, decided to be a bit more honest about it, but I know I shouldn't have been there, but stupidly I was. Now, the following story took place in Western Germany. It all started with a horrible sound of screaming outside my house at night, which I already compared to all the animal wildlife sounds from zoology institutes, but nothing comes close to it. It sounded like a woman screaming in agony, but then again even worse. It felt like I could feel the vibrations in my vein. It's hard to describe, but it was really scary. I live in a tiny house next to the forest and mountains. It was dark in October, and I laid in my bed, which is in a sleeping corner. Right next to it is a window, which is always half opened, and above it is just a flat roof, garden all around the home. At first I heard one animal/creature scream. Now there seemed to be two of them. They sounded to be very close and wouldn't stop screaming for a couple of minutes. The next thing I heard was something heavy running through the garden under my bedroom window, followed by heavy branches breaking at the height of my level on the second floor. I also heard a loud rush of air/wind combined to that. In the next second, this animal/creature jumped on my roof so that in a moment it was right above me. And that was the moment when things start to get messy and confusing for me. First thing I want to point out, that this animal/creature sounded so heavy when it landed. I don't know any animal species that are that big around here. It sounded massive and therefore surreal. Also, the quickness of its movement seems unreal to me. After that, it jumps on my roof from one side to the other. It first sounded like it was something extremely heavy on two legs, but that suddenly changes to what sounds like something extremely heavy on four paws. I remembered sitting straight up in my bed under it almost with an intense pulse and my mind just trying to process what I'm hearing. What kind of creature is it? Now, that was almost a turning point when I seriously felt threatened. Since I'm a girl living alone in a tiny home, I didn't really have any protection to fight off something like this, so I just decided to do something stupid. I thought, maybe I can shock it or scare it away, so I hit my bed against my hand as hard as I could, as loud as I could. Now, not even 1 second passed after I hit the glass. Then this creature goes from back towards outside. It must have basically been sitting right above me in that moment, basically reached down my window, and it reacted so quickly it was surreal. The sound of what touched my window glass felt like a mixture of claws and feathers. This reaction and the way it sounded kind of put me in shock, I guess. I realized I'm quite in a bad situation now, because whatever it was clearly very intelligent, huge, and wouldn't back down. That's how it felt to me, at least. As if I didn't have any power in that situation. Basically, I just froze on my bed, and my back was against the wall, and all I can do is basically just wait now. Now, I was too scared to close my window. I was too scared to breathe, but suddenly it just jumped off my roof. It sounded like a massive weight had fell. Now, I've never encountered anything like this before. I felt so alone with it, until last night, when I went on the internet and found something similar. Somebody within the last 24 days had actually encountered something almost exactly the same. Now, I know that I wasn't the only one who encountered this, but it leaves me with the question, what was it? A few years ago in my previous home, I saw a strange apparition in the hallway by my son's room. It looked like a hazy, distorted figure of a human. I didn't think too much of it and thought that my mind was just making me believe something was there that truly wasn't. It occurred a few times, but then one day, I heard my son screaming and crying. I couldn't tell if his cry was that of something that he'd seen, or if it was less serious. I ran in there nonetheless, and he was crying, saying that he saw a big scary man in the room who was scaring him. It was one of the weirdest moments of my life. I knew nobody else was in the home, but I could tell my son was truly terrified by whatever he had seen. My wife was with me when this happened, and afterwards, she told me that she had seen the same thing, but also thought nothing of it. We had a spare bedroom by the kids' room where my grandparents stayed when they were in town. They also spoke of hearing footsteps in the night as well as voices. I never experienced those specifically, but I don't know what it could have been. I'm a park ranger, and I'd like to share my story with you all today. More in the sense that I want to get some opinions on exactly what happened to me. I mean, I have my own view, but I guess in my line of duty I probably think differently about threats and dangers, so I really want the outside perspective. I haven't really spoke to too many of my friends about these things because, well, even where I work, I guess like rumours spread really easily and things. I mean, it wasn't the other day that I told people at my job that I was going to be leaving soon, and obviously I didn't give them permission to tell everybody else, but what happened? When I go back, I get complete random people that I barely even speak to saying, oh, you're leaving soon? Yeah, I don't know, it's something that's always annoyed me. I just really don't like it or appreciate it. I feel like it's a big breach of trust, and with something like this happening to me, I don't want that to be the case, but like I said, I want to hear what people think about my experience in my own words, not from the words of others who have potentially misconstrued of what happened, and the truth is what's important here. So, as I said, I'm a park ranger, but I'm going to be leaving the job soon. Now, it's not in the sense that I don't enjoy it like I used to, I just kind of need to evolve as a person, and I think being out there on my own was good for a while, but not for too long. I'm kind of like a social butterfly in the sense that I really need to be around other people, and as much as I enjoy being out there, it kind of becomes the same picture each day, and regardless of how relaxed I feel, I really feel like I need more. And I'm probably too young to have this kind of job in some regards, but not in others. So, I was stationed somewhere that we have a beautiful lake. Now, this lake is absolutely gorgeous. It's one of the most blue ones that you'll ever see. I can't remember exactly why it was so blue, but it was a really beautiful thing. Now, on the day in particular that this event happened, everything was going like normal. I was doing a number of my duties and, well, in my country, one of those duties is to pick up rubbish that people leave behind and litter and things, however you guys say it. I didn't really have an issue with this, it just annoyed me because sometimes in the sun it would make bags melt a bit, and I guess you can imagine how bad that actually smelled. It wasn't a nice thing. But again, someone had to do it, and often it was us. Now, I started picking up some litter which is on the trail, and this actually annoyed me. I think, why on earth do people want to trash this place? I mean, literally, that's all they're doing. But I have my little grabber thing, and I'm putting everything inside the bag. So, to be honest, I'm actually enjoying the time more than I expected to at this point. The trees are given a really nice shade now, so there was no need for me to rush trying to get out of the sun. I have a camel pack, so I'm just constantly drinking from this on my journey. Now the bag gets pretty full, but I kind of had like a holster thing I could hook it onto, so it would kind of hang off the side of me if I use that stick, if that makes sense. But it wasn't too heavy, it was manageable really. Now while I'm doing this, I do notice something strange. There seems to be some kind of diving suit. Well, at least that's how it appears to me. It's probably like, I don't know if you've seen one of the Batmans with Penguin, but the old one. You know the cat lady, the thing she wore in that? It was more similar to that, but obviously it had been in the water at some point. Now, I stop for a moment and think to myself, well, we do get some people that go swimming here, but you wouldn't really want to wear this for that job. And I think this is pretty bizarre. Now, I've prod around a little bit, and I'm worried that maybe it's something weird that shouldn't be here. I gather my thoughts for a moment and realise that it's probably best if I just continue on my way. I'm going to have to come back for it another time. This is quite annoying really, because I have to go all the way back and get another one of those smelly bags to take this thing. I did try and lift it up originally with my grabber thing, but it was far too heavy and I don't want that dripping on me while I'm walking. It will not be a fun time. But I'm prepared for this and I continue on my trail. I get to a point where I decide that now's a good time to get some food in me and stop for a little bit. I'm eating some of my sandwiches and I've got some peanuts with me when I notice something drifting off in the lake. It's really bizarre. It kind of looks like some kind of boat, but it's definitely not a canoe. It's slightly bigger than that. But it seems to just vanish suddenly. It's almost like it sunk down into the water, and I get a little suspicious of this. Now, bearing in mind that I'm actually seeing this through some trees, and I'm not 100% convinced myself that what I'm seeing is actually real or not. I also had my cool shades on, so that probably made it a lot harder. I take them off though, and I still can't see much of anything. I don't really have the best of eyes to be honest, and annoyingly I left my glasses back at our old station office, whatever you call it. So I stand there observing, and I don't see anything initially. I note this is odd, and I think, well, I've got some more trash to pick up, and I continue on my way. Now, one thing I'd like to note is that I didn't see anybody else during this time, which is a pretty bizarre thing because, well, usually you see a couple of people around, but today, it was like one of those western ghost towns of today, where nobody's there but people were once. So, I decided that I should probably get heading back now, but not before I take in a beautiful look at this lake. I think this is really nice here, and I actually take off my boots and take my socks off and put my feet in the water. I found it was a nice way to cool down, and that with the sun on your face is really a nice thing. And as I'm doing so, I hear something in the water. Now again, it sounds like somebody's thrown something, or there's a boat that's just come ashore. I look around, half expecting to see somebody dragging things up, but I can't see anyone or anything. I presume that maybe it's a fish, but I don't think the fish here are that big. and that's not how they would normally act. I decide instead that it's high time just to get back. Now the trash is smelling pretty bad at this point, and I kind of swung it round on itself so that way it wouldn't make that much of a smell when I was walking and would kind of seal on itself. And would you know, it splits open. So now I have to spend a while trying to put things on it again and getting it back to normal and kind of making the bag smaller and the smell stronger. As I'm doing this, I noticed some more trash up ahead of me, which is strange because I was sure I cleared the path perfectly. I now know that people probably come past here recently, and I go to pick it up. It looks like some kind of note, but I don't bother actually looking at it and just put it straight in the bag. I continue on my walk now, and eventually I get back, throw that nasty stuff away, and actually have a shower there. I know that's kind of like ironic to some people listening because obviously I still have to go back for the wetsuit thing, but I just don't want to smell bad. And I'm quite germophobic, I think that's how you say it, but I don't know, I just don't like germs at all. And I was starting to smell a bit where the bag had opened on myself, but not to worry. I have my nice shower and I get a big thick bag now. I make some notes of what I'm doing in the day because where I work we have to log everything that we're doing. It's just like a general process, but it's important for security reasons. So I say goodbye to the dirty clothes and step out in the new ones with the new bag and everything ready. Now there was some cloud cover so it was a little bit darker, and it also meant I didn't need my sunglasses and I could in fact wear my normal glasses, which I was happier doing so. Now I'm able to see a lot more clear this time, and it probably would have been a good idea to bring them before, but that's in hindsight. So I start making my way again, and I realise that there's more and more trash. I keep on putting them in the bags again, and I think this is a little odd, and it's also annoyed me because obviously I've probably left the trowel with this stuff and not realised it, so now I'm doubling up on my job. The other issue I have is that there's more important things for me to do later in the day. I actually have to install a sign somewhere later on, and I'm not looking forward to it because that thing's heavy. So I just continue on and eventually make it up to where that wetsuit thing is. Now that's the thing, I say where it is because I can't find it. I can find the silhouette where obviously it was in the water before and left a water print, but there's no wetsuit to be found. I look around everywhere and I really can't seem to find it. I think maybe it's drifted in again, and what do I see? Just floating off on the shoreline. I can see it, probably about a mile away or something, and it's on the other embankment. This is no issue for me though, my friend, because I have to go over there with that sign, so I'm not too bothered. I just think it's odd because it shouldn't have been able to slip down because it was actually on some high ground, but not the kind something could roll off of, so I think this is bizarre, but again, I think maybe I'm having a bad day and I'm going a bit senile, or I don't know. So I just pick up more and more trash, and that's when I notice something odd. It all seems to be paper with things scrawled onto it, and I think, well, someone must have done some weird art project, or it was some young kid that was doing drawings and their parents didn't want to take it home. Okay, but that doesn't explain why it wasn't there earlier. So I quickly retraced my steps and ended up finishing the trash rounds. Ah yes, my favourite part of being a ranger that I missed so much, and what was actually an addition to what I was doing originally, but we'll talk about that another time. Now, I start walking back and I have a strange feeling. It's almost like there was somebody else there with me, but of course there's no one around. It actually isn't uncommon to have this feeling and sense, and I don't know. I'm not going to say that I'm someone that picks up on these things well, but it's just a feeling I'd noticed a few times before in this line of work. You're taught actually to listen to it and not ignore it because it might be a sign of, I don't know, somebody in danger. But I checked the log and there's no such reports, so I know that there's definitely nothing wrong. So I just kind of shake it off and get back. Now I'm a bit more annoyed because I have to bring this heavy signpost, but that's fine. At least I'm actually going to get that thing that I saw earlier. I decide once again not to log it though, because I'm gonna have a long day at this point. So I start my trek. I have to walk quite a number of miles to get through to the other side of the lake, and as I'm walking I notice something. There's two people in a canoe, but I can't really make out much about them. They're kind of in the shadow side of a cloud, if you know what I mean, so I can't really see any details in particular. But they're not supposed to be here. I know that much for absolute certain, and I wave at them and call out. What was a little creepy is they both stop and seem to stare at me. And it could be my eyes playing tricks on me, but it almost looks like one of them's wearing a kind of plague doctor outfit. It's not exactly the same as like the European ones that we had, but it's not far off, and I think this is really weird. Again, I haven't got the best of eyes, and stupidly I don't have binoculars with me, so I can't get a closer look. But I decide that I should meet them on the other side, because I think maybe they're the ones who have the wetsuit, and I have a few questions for them. So I start walking now. Every so often I can make them out for a little bit, but then they dart in between trees. My line of view is blocked is what I'm saying basically, but I'm a persistent being, so I keep going. Now, it doesn't take too long, and eventually I get to roughly where they should be, but they're nowhere to be found. I don't know if you guys have seen Pirates of the Caribbean, but it's almost like when the boat just sunk into the water of that weird guy with the tentacles, but they've just vanished now. I'm not really sure exactly what to make of this, but I can only presume that yes, they have gone to the other side of the embankment. Now, I'm not too much further away now, but I'm getting a bit irritated now because this is the kind of stuff that makes you have a really long day, and guess what, my boss doesn't care. He'll just let me have overtime when I'm working till like 9 or 10 at night, then want me to come in at 8 AM the next day. Yeah, you can imagine why I had to leave this place, but anyway, I digress now. So, I'm not too much further away now, and I'm very perplexed about as to where they could have specifically gone. It really doesn't make sense to me how they've just gone under. I mean, is there some kind of big iceberg which I'm missing and they've gone into it like the Titanic? Maybe, but the water doesn't feel that cold. Now, I was so curious as to where they went, I was half tempted to go for a swim. I mean, it'd be quicker than walking, but obviously I'm not going to do that. So I just make my way over to the embankment, and there it is. The wetsuit. It seems to have come snagged upon some logs and things that have fallen off from trees, so I go over to it. And that's when I suddenly feel fear come across my entire body, and I'm kind of froze, just fixated on it without thinking. It suddenly hits me, this could actually be a body. It doesn't look like the wetsuit I saw before, and I think maybe this is a person who's drowned. And I get some adrenaline, and I very slowly proceed. Something feels a little off about this situation, and it literally looks like a headless thing there. I get a big stick and I decide to poke it. I know that's 100% not what I'm supposed to do in this line of duty, but I don't know. There's nothing else I can actually think of doing that's probably going to work now. And that's when I realise something rather bizarre. Some kind of stuffing comes out, and it's not a body at all. It's almost like a farmland scarecrow, but it kind of looks weirdly put together, almost like the Catwoman suit. No, this is where things are really weird, because this was the thing I saw earlier, but it didn't have anything in it. So that raises a question. Who filled this thing up, and why was it here on this bank? I think that's really weird, so what do I do next? Well, I grab another stick, an even bigger one this time, and kind of drag it ashore. And there's some stuffing falling out, which is kind of like originally a white colour, but it's gone to more of a dark cream, I guess. And I'm able to take it ashore, and I leave it there. I'm staring at this thing, which is almost like the farmland thing I said about, but not quite, and I don't know what to make of it. I finally call out, "Hey, whatever you're doing, you're not supposed to be." And I get a response, at least in my head, telling me to get out of there. Now, I guess some of my survival instincts finally kicked in, and to be honest, they're not always the best at all times. Not again for the work I was doing, but that's another reason I left, but hey. So, I start walking back now, deciding that this is something I should probably tell the guys about, and not necessarily investigate alone. I mean, all we've got between me and the relative safety of our office building thing, well, not a building, but you know what I mean, is the water, and I'm not going to swim. That's when I see what appears to be the two figures I saw earlier, this time on the shoreline. Now I get a much better look at them this time, and this is pretty bizarre what I see. I can see they've stopped to look at me, and one's tall but the other's relatively small. They're dressed exactly the same. They have kind of like a weird half pointy hat on, and kind of not exactly a robe but some kind of gown on, in a weird black but waxy outfit. It's different from what the mannequin was, but they don't say a word. I call out and do a big Y symbol with my hands trying to get their attention, but this doesn't work. I have a weird feeling about this, and this is another weird thing. They both start walking towards me, literally into the water. They walk until they're about head height until they just stop, and seem to vanish underwater. Now, this only took about 10 seconds and I decided I was going to wait them out, and finally they resurfaced again. Now both going in different directions. One is going towards our station place and the other is coming more towards me, walking slowly along the shoreline. Now, I'm pretty confused here. I go around to look at that mannequin thing and it's still there, but I decide that it's probably best if I get away from whatever this is. Now, annoyingly, I have to kind of trek through some of the more foresty area to get back. I wait for a little bit just to figure out where they're going, and definitely one's coming towards me, but annoyingly it's kind of blocking off the safe route that I already come along. I decide that I am going to have to go through this much more treacherous area, but that's fine. I've got some pretty good boots for it. Now, for some reason, I didn't feel terribly under threat at this point. It's probably because the area was so nice, and it was quite a good sunny day, so I didn't feel too bad. The only way I can describe my feeling is like something was just way off, and I saw something I wasn't supposed to. Now, again, I don't always react with the best survival instincts, so I didn't have anything to arm myself. I just decided to pick up a stick. Funnily enough, it wasn't even a big one, but I guess I could have launched it at somebody if needed, and maybe they would flinch react and that would give me time to run away, so yes, this is the escape plan. Now, this scarecrow thing goes out of sight for quite a while, and I just stop. I think, well, why am I getting so scared of this? Is this really a threat? Or am I the ranger here, who's in control of the situation? And I relax myself a lot more. Now, I'm stood like this for probably about 20 or so minutes, just really confused as to what to do. And I now realise that I was probably in shock a little bit, but at the time I didn't know that. I just thought I was dealing with the situation accordingly to what I could see around me. And now, as I'm standing there, I can hear something breaking through the trees. I think, God, what now? And I quickly take a step back and I manage to get behind a tree. And I then catch sight of it. I can see one of those things now. It's a smaller one, but where its face should be, it's wearing some kind of skull mask and it has black face paint on. Now, I'm telling you this because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I really couldn't. And what do I do in this situation? I get my stick and throw it as far as I can to try and distract this thing. And then it dances towards it, almost like a dog going after some kind of treat or animal, but literally dancing while doing so. I now have some real fear running through my bones, and I start making my way in the opposite direction. Now, I couldn't hear this thing, it almost just gone silent again, and whatever this is, person or God knows what, didn't seem to be following me, and I let my guard down a bit. I've now come to the conclusion that there's some pretty weird cult people out here, and maybe they're trying to get me, and maybe, just maybe, I've come across some kind of crime scene they don't want me to know about. So, I have to start making my way now, tediously, around the lake to try and get to relative safety, and my mind slips. I completely forget about the other one. Now, I make it probably about halfway across to the relative safety and where I have a truck, but I hear something up ahead of me again. This time it sounds much more forceful and quick, so I quickly duck down. I laid there for probably a good 5 minutes until I lock eyes with it. It was an animal. I can't remember exactly what animal it was. It was like a big rodent, but it slowly makes this merry way towards the water, and I kind of cursed myself a bit just for being so scared. I say, come on, you have to get a hold of yourself and get a grip now. Now what's especially bizarre is that's when I notice it, what appears to be a body floating in the lake. I now realise that this is that thing I'd moved earlier. It was now floating further across, and I observe it until it comes up on the bank again, and then I see it. That person goes to grab it, but they're assisted by another one, equally as tall as them. I now realise that there's at least 3 people here. They're dressed exactly the same, and they drag this over to the shore and leave it there. Now, I was really glued into the spot for quite a long time. I'd actually stared at this whole event taking place for so long that when I looked away, my eyes took a long while to adjust to not looking at bright things again. And it was almost like, I don't know what you call it, snow blindness, but I was pretty much experiencing a form of this, because I'd been staring at God knows what this was for so long now. And I'll take a deep breath, look around and realise that I'm gonna have to get myself out of here. Now, I'd actually gone off the path that I was on earlier, and I'm on a bit of a rough area a little bit, and it's not really good for crossing. I now know that I can take the long route to get back, and that's what I decide to do. I have to crawl across some areas, and I'm probably gonna get wet, but that's kind of the least of my issues at this specific point. I can kind of go into one of the streams that actually feeds the larger lake that I've just come from, and I'm kind of doing like a military prone crawl around here. I don't know who these folks are, but for all I know there could be 100 of them out of here, and I'm on my own, so even though I'm not the smallest and I'm a little bit built, I really don't like my chances, and things like this really give me the heebie-jeebies, so yes, it's time to escape. Now, as I'm crawling, I don't hear anything. I still have another stick that I've picked up, and for some reason it made me feel a lot more safe. Maybe it's some kind of primitive thing and that's why cavemen always seem to have sticks, but in this specific moment that's what made me feel better, and that's what counts. I wasn't that far away from safety, but I come up to the first kind of wetland area, and I really feel a bit cold because of the water. I've also managed to scratch up my elbows and my belly and my knees a bit, and I'm now bleeding. I was a little bit worried about getting infected because it's quite dirty here, and you can imagine there's all kinds of bacteria and insects, and I hate both. I know some of you are probably asking, why did I do this job if I don't like those things, and I can't tell you that. I don't really know myself. But now, I'm not too far away from the relative safety of things that I know. I managed to come up to kind of like a clearing where I can actually see across to the lake. I'm pretty worried now that maybe they've followed me around, but there's no one in sight. Now, my own breathing was pretty heavy now, but then I hear another kind of breathing not too far away from me. This sounds like quite a heavy breathing, almost like it's being filtered through something. Not exactly like Fader's one, but maybe 10% similar. Almost like that you're wearing something over your face. Not a scarf, but like a plastic one. And I stop dead. I can hear this breathing. but I can't figure out where it's coming from. I know it can't be far away. It never seems to get closer though, and now I don't have the element of surprise because I cannot gauge it. I try my best to stay still and I feel my legs starting to shake, so I tense up my leg muscles and stop myself from shaking. Now this breathing does not stop whatsoever, and I'm now at a point where I must go forward to try and get to better things, and I decide that I should slowly but carefully crawl my way forwards once again. I decided that I wasn't going to stop crawling no matter what, and that's what I start doing. Now I realise that the breathing sound is slowly getting further away with each crawl that I make forward. I managed to get about 5 minutes further from this point and I can't hear the breathing anymore. I decide it's safe to look up, and that's when I see it. Some dark figure not too far off, but this time on the other side. That's when I can see it. There's burning. I try and figure out exactly where this thing is specifically, and I'm able to approximate it to where I saw that wetsuit thing before, or the farm figure, whatever it is. There's a very thick black smoke coming off of it. I'm quite worried now that there's going to be a forest fire, but it doesn't seem likely because it's close to the shore, but that raises the question, how did that fire start and why is it there? Now, I'm not sure what to do at this point, and I start crawling again. I'm not sure whether there's multiple fires or only one, but I know that I'm not going to stick around to find out. And I eventually crawl up to the point that I'm not too far away from the station now. I start to feel a little bit better, and then I feel it breathing on my neck. Now I don't know if any of you have ever experienced this before, but my god man, it's like somebody takes your soul. It's almost like your brain accepts, maybe it's some kind of prehistoric man thing, but it accepts that you've been captured and you have a second to make a decision. So, with my stick in hand, almost like it was second nature, I turn around and swing as hard as I can, literally with my eyes closed, and there it is, whack. I feel a sudden pain in my hand, and I realise that I'm bleeding. My hand's now wet. I realise that some of the stick has shattered and splintered into my hand, and that's when I see it. Somebody hits the ground with a large thud, and I can't make out a face, but they're dressed in some really weird kind of occultist outfit. It's like a weird dark robe, and then I get up and run. Now this person was pretty big, probably 6 feet and at least 200 pounds, but I couldn't stop to take in too many details, and before I knew it, I make it back to the station, and I actually take off my shirt to try and stop my hand from bleeding because I was worried I was going to bleed out. I quickly get in and scream on the radio for backup and help. While the radio is still on, I make a call out to the local fire responders and say that there's a fire here. I'm not sure what to do, so I quickly go to the kitchen area and get all of the knives and hide them away. I get the biggest one I can find and I grab that. I lock all of the doors and stay on the radio with my friends, who are also my colleagues here. They can't believe what I'm telling them, and apparently the fire people are going to get there first. I warn them that there's strange individuals out here, and they say they understand. It must have took about another 40 minutes though of waiting in agony before they finally get here. And once they do, I quickly point out to where the fire was. It's now gone out and they say that they're going to investigate. Eventually a few others who work here also arrive and some law enforcement too, and they say that they're going to take over the search from here. I give the exact location of what had happened, and one of the policemen who's first aid trained actually helps to get my hand patched up. I'd really hurt my hand, but luckily it wasn't broken or fractured, which is a good thing. Now, I ended up waiting in that station for quite a long time, until eventually the fire people come back first and say there's no signs of fire, just some ashes where something was burned. They said it was clothing, but they couldn't determine which because of the fire. But there was definitely no immediate threat, and that was a relief. That was my biggest fear. A beautiful place like this should not burn to the ground, and if there's one person that can stop it, I'm gonna make sure it's me. Now, second, the police come back and say that they really can't find anyone, and they ask for an entire report of exactly what had happened. I give them everything, and they kind of doubt what I was saying, constantly saying, "Are you sure this is what happened?" And I say yes, and they start doing some weird things, like asking if I've taken any prescription drugs or anything. I say yes. How do you think this happened to my hand? And they say that they're going to keep some people stationed here and try and investigate until they find out what's happened. Now, eventually I got put to a different area. In fact, it wasn't even to do with the forest, it was actually on the admin side. Eventually I had to leave the job because I just couldn't bear the thought of going back there. Now, we were never able to find out exactly how many people were there or what they were doing or why they were there, and since there's no reports of similar events happening, I can only imagine that it was some kind of cults doing some really weird, ritual or whatever they want to do out there. And maybe they were trying to capture me for some kind of human sacrifice or God knows what. I'm just very happy that I managed to stop at least one of those and give them a taste of their own medicine before they got me. This is something that haunts me, and it doesn't seem to stop. So, I started out working as a Forest Service ranger about 10 years ago. I did this for quite a while, to be honest, and it was something that really had a lot of perks for me. I had a bit of a dysfunctional family, so it really helped me get away from them and just everything that I didn't like in the world. So, for a long time it was perfect. Now, even when I wasn't on duty, I'd actually go through the same woods sometimes, especially if it was a rainstorm or something, with my umbrella just to relax and unwind. I kind of come at one with that place, and I didn't feel whole without it. A few others that actually worked that job found the same thing. Every so often we bump into each other on days where we do our walks like this, and it was really pleasant. I remembered I absolutely loved the sound of the rain falling onto my umbrella, and especially during the storms. I was never too worried about being out there, especially during the time that it was nearer to October or the winter, and you would have beautiful orange coloured leaves everywhere on the floor, and lots of tall trees without too many leaves, so you could see for miles and miles. I remembered walking here, and I had a really beautiful lake up on the left of me, which was really gorgeous. You weren't allowed to go fishing here too, and people very rarely would actually go on there with boats and things, so I didn't have too much of a problem with being there. I knew I wouldn't bump into anyone. So while embarking on one of these exact walks, I did notice something strange. There seemed to be flyers everywhere. It was almost like people had pinned loads to trees. I thought this was odd, and it definitely wasn't something people were supposed to do, so I went up there to investigate. I tried to pull one down, but I just can't seem to for some reason. I actually got a small cut on my hand while trying to take it off, and I was like, wow, this is weird. I took a moment to look what it said, but there was nothing on it. It was just completely plain. That was weird. I thought maybe they were taking the trees down and they just have to mark them. It's not always that easy to see if they've spray painted on one, because obviously you have to check all sides of it, so I thought maybe this was a new invention. So I go past some more trees and eventually they stop, and it made me feel a lot better. It was really weird, but I think, well, at least I'd making some kind of effort to try and improve this place. There was actually some rumours that they were going to make a cafe or something, which is on the waterfront, which would be a good idea. But I thought, this place is terrible for it. I mean, you're miles away from everyone, you're going to have no customers except us, but hey, I guess they do what they want. So I continue on my walk, and that's when I hear what sounds like an off-key piano. It sounded like just a single note, but I couldn't figure out what key it was trying to play specifically. It was quite creepy. I'd only ever seen this in horror movies before, and I really thought somebody was playing it off of some kind of device. I had a look around everywhere, but I couldn't see anything. The lake was very peaceful, and I guess that helped put me at ease seeing the nice still water with the raindrops splashing every so often. It starts to rain really heavily now. I kind of want to go investigate this, but I feel like it's not such a good idea in this weather. I mean, everything's covered in rain and water as it is, so I don't want to make myself too muddy. I decide to keep going though, and continue as if nothing was off. I start to think maybe I heard it in my head. I think, yeah, that was probably what it is. Of course it's not just a random piano here, but I wouldn't have been surprised if I'd seen one. So I just continue on. I get up to another part of the lake, which again is really beautiful. It's almost like a natural causeway of which passes through it with trees on either side. God, this place is so cool. The rain's falling so hard that it actually kicks up the smell of the muddy puddles, which is something I really don't like. So I quickly go past this, and I notice a few more things attached to trees. But I think, well, they're probably just doing a good clear out or something. I don't know. There's a lot of money in these trees probably, so maybe that's what they're doing. But I thought this place was protected. It doesn't matter so much. And I continue, and I take a moment just to take in the scenery around me. I'm basically just stopped now, on the dead centre of this path, with water on either side of me. I think this place is pretty awesome. And that's when I hear another key again. Just exactly like before, but in a slightly lower down tone. I don't know piano as well, or how to describe this, but it's almost like you played a key, then you push your hand down to the left to try and replicate it again. So it sounds almost the same, but a little bit different. Again, I have no idea where this come from. And I decide just to make a move along now. I was actually getting a little bit worried about my sanity, but I've had no issues with anything like this before, nor does anybody in my family. We're not schizophrenic, so we're not hearing things, so I don't know what it could be. I'm now completely convinced that somebody out here is playing music to me and I just can't figure out where. It's pretty weird though. I don't see anyone whatsoever. I decided that I should just leave this area, basically for my own safety. I mean, if there is someone here that's weirdly out in the rain, I really don't want to encounter them. And I don't want to get wet if I have to run or something. Not that it'd make much of a difference. I keep going now, and I'm following more along the path, but I keep seeing more markings on the trees as I go. It really seems like they've been placed here on purpose for me to see. It's like everywhere I go I seem to find more of it. But I guess that was an issue for another time maybe. I get closer to the water now and stop for a while. I really find a calming effect from being here. I can just see the bubbles or the splashes of the rainfall, and I think this is wonderful. I put my umbrella down a little bit later on as I try and pass through some more thick trees. I then put it up again, and I'm sure I see the flash of someone else's umbrella. It's a white coloured one held up quite high. It's probably about 7 or 8 feet tall, and it's kind of just stood there motionlessly, and I think maybe somebody's under there smoking or something. I'm pretty sure I can see a glowing ember of something, which is red coloured. And I think I see 2, so I think there's probably a couple of people smoking over here. Now, I keep going though, and again, I hear the piano sound. I think this is really weird, but I'm certain it's behind me. It sounds like it's probably about 20 minutes south of where I just come from, so there's no real reason to panic here. So off we go. I'm not able to actually reach the other person with the umbrella because they're on the other side of the water, but I can certainly see them. I can't see the embers anymore, so I think that they're probably just standing there, maybe waiting out the rain. But that's the first revelation. Where they're standing should be really difficult to get to. They're basically on a big island thing, but I don't see any boats, and you're not supposed to dock over there. It's to do with disturbing the wildlife and stuff, but this is weird. As I walk along the water, I am constantly expecting to find some kind of evidence of a boat or at least something to explain all of this, but nothing comes up. So I don't really know. It did actually make me somewhat uneasy. I'm someone who's quite proud of being brave in these situations, but I didn't feel so good now. Again, nothing to worry about, just another crack in the simulation, I say to myself. At the time I was quite big into the simulation theory, and I thought this was just all a weird part of it. I'm still noticing that there's markings on the trees, but I'm not making too much of it now. I've almost grown used to it. Now that's when I noticed something was definitely different. I was still hearing the piano sound, but I was so fixated on what was going on the other side of the lake that I didn't think anything of it. When I realise it, I actually feel fear quite strongly. I know now that if I continue where I am for about 2 miles or so, I'm probably going to reach civilization in a road, so I think, yeah, we've got ahead for that. I'm actually growing a little bit worried now. But eventually, the piano sound stops. I do turn back to see if the person with the umbrella is still on the island, and I then realise that they've moved. The umbrella hasn't moved in terms of how high up it is, but the position has. It seems like they've just stood at the very end of the shoreline, trying their best not to be seen by me. It was definitely a bit creepy now. I just don't know why somebody would want to be there, or why they seem to be almost following me. I mean, there's a good chance that they didn't see me. I mean, my raincoat's pretty dark coloured, and so are all of my clothes and my umbrella, so it's going to be hard to see me if you were trying. And yeah, maybe it was just a person standing at the edge of the shoreline, just observing like I was. I mean, God, it's probably another me, but I don't think too much about that. And I continue as I'm probably about 500 meters away from relative safety again. Feeling a lot better about things, I decide just to continue on and let the scary thoughts slowly leave my mind. Now I get closer to more man-made stuff, and again I feel good, but something felt very different here. Everything looks kind of odd. It's almost like you found the remnants of where something once was, in terms of lots of stone buildings with stone walls, and they don't look like they're from recently. They must have been from hundreds of years ago. I thought, wow, I've never realised this place is here. But I think, yeah, this is probably just how it was, and I never noticed it. But I noticed that's weird. I see some large rocks which seem to have just been placed there balanced, which again is odd. Now this is where it gets a bit creepy. There was a fog which come on very acutely and pretty much blocked all of my vision, and the vision into the different areas surrounding here. I don't know if any of you have ever played the Silent Hill game, but it was kind of like that, where you're walking through the fog and you can't really see far in front of yourself and everything looks the same. I didn't seem to be getting anywhere in particular, which was quite frightening. I looked up and I was sure I just saw the exact same view I had before. I did actually start to panic a bit now, as I was very confused as to what was happening. Then once again, there's that familiar piano sound which I just cannot make out. Where is it coming from? Why is this happening to me? And I'm met with another flyer looking thing on the tree. I know I'd kind of half dabbled with the idea of the simulation theory, but this is actually really scaring me now. The rain doesn't seem to be so loud too, but I think this is just from the fear. It was like my brain had shut out the normal sounds to try and pick up on the abnormal or something, and I keep going. I'm kind of picking up a fast pace, and I can't stop thinking of how much this is like that game I'd played. I almost wondered if I'd actually fell asleep at the console, and I was actually playing it still, but I obviously wasn't. That's when I noticed something else weird. There seems to be bats. Now there are no bats in this area whatsoever, but I can see 3 or 4 on another island further up. They're just flying around like bats do, but why on earth were they here? There are literally none. There shouldn't be anything. Now the piano sound had stopped, but I still seemed to be walking through the remnants of almost like an uncovered ancient civilization with only stoned remains. This is too weird. It's still very difficult to see because of the fog and whatnot, but off I go. I have to keep pressing forward to try and get out of here. And that's when I feel something. I felt like sweat beaded off my head, And for a second I closed my eyes. Bizarrely though, a second that I do that, I seem to have, for only maybe 2 seconds, but a perfectly clear kind of like drone shot of myself, or bird's eye view. It was so weird, it was just like that video game. I'm now very convinced that maybe I fell asleep or something and I was playing the game, and I try my best to wake myself up, but I just can't seem to. I then go and splash my face with some of the lake water, and that seems to help, but it assures me that I'm in fact awake. I've never seen anything like it before. Now what really creeps me out is I was able to see round a corner that I shouldn't have been able to unless I had a drone footage shot. Just what I'd seen in my head. Now as I'm walking, suddenly the fog seems to clear up. I mean honestly, it was like being at the edge of a cloud. I look up and things are how they should be. I look back and I just see the fog and I think, wow, I must have got really lost in there. I start to run through the possibilities in my head, but none seem to make logical sense, so I just walk on like normal. Now I didn't see anyone for a while, until suddenly bang, there's a big sudden populous area, and life and the sounds of it are all there like they should be. So where did I just come from? Now I'd love to say this is where that all stopped, but it doesn't. Let me take you on a journey into something that really scares me. So, all is pretty much normal after that for a number of years. Until I'm sitting down in the park cafe that we've got with one of my other friends who's also a ranger here. He then tells me, "Hey, I thought we turned off the radio." I say, "Yeah, we did." He then says, "No, did you hear it?" I say, "What?" Honestly completely forgetting about what happened before. It's a piano sound. I then look at him very confused and I hear it too. It makes me jolt and I actually spill some of my coffee because of it, how hard I've shuddered. There is in fact a piano sound coming from outside which is just like what I've heard before. My friend then tells me that he's never heard this and I explain my story. He then looks concerned and that's where that ended at that time. So everything basically goes on like normal now, and I'm really freaked out by this. But it doesn't stop here. I was on a family vacation where we stayed in a cabin somewhere, and I went out fishing with my brother, and then I hear it again, the piano sound. I say, "Come on, you've got to hear that," but my brother can't hear it, and I really think that I'm going insane. Then he tells me that he hears it too. We had a truly good search for the source of the sound, but we couldn't find anything. I mean, we were probably out there searching for God knows how long, but we didn't find a thing. Literally nada. Nothing. And it really annoyed me. I say, "Thank God you heard that, I thought I was going insane." I then tell my brother about how many times I've heard this sound, and he then asks me about where do I work specifically. He then tells me that he's heard that apparently some of it's native land, and that there's supposedly spirits that haunt there, and if you don't bless the area when you go in, or give some kind of offering, then scary things can happen. Apparently people hear their own voice echoed to them calling for help, or speaking complete gibberish out in the woods. He tells me that we should probably leave now, and we do go back to the cabin. I went in the cabin though. I'm just about to fall asleep for the night, and I hear the sounds of maybe hundreds of ping pong balls getting thrown at the side walls. I just think to myself, what on earth is that? And think that it's some of the children there just playing a trick on me, and ended up falling asleep. But oh no, I woke up and asked about it, and nobody seems to know a thing. So I was definitely unhappy now. This was supposed to be a really fun family getaway, but it was turning into most of a nightmare for me. But what can I do? I guess I'm the crazy one. So a couple of years passed by and life moves pretty quickly, and I had my first son. Everything was going really well, and I'm invited to go on a camping trip with one of my friends. I was very excited for this, and unfortunately, My body decided to back out just as we were about to start up the thing, but I decided to keep going. We're actually quite far from where I live, or at least where we plan to go together, but it's not an issue. I didn't know the area too well, but everything's as it should be, and I'm gathering wood for my fire. Now I get everything there, and as soon as I light up the fire, there's some kind of strange feeling. It doesn't feel like I'm being followed, it doesn't feel like I'm being chased, but it kind of felt like deja vu, you know? Almost like I was repeating actions which I'd done before. It was very odd. I would have jumped to blame it on the simulation before, but I didn't really believe in that stuff now. So as I get my firewood and start throwing it on the fire, I just feel really uneasy now. It was strange, it was kind of like the feeling of being in a dream or something, and I do feel my fear starting to rise. And it takes me a little while as I start to calm myself down and not panic at anything that's happening, which now is extremely difficult for me to do. I tell myself to just shut up and go for a walk. I've got into the habit of telling myself to shut up sometimes when my mind is racing, and I find that it helps me a lot. So I keep going, and eventually get far enough away that I can just about see my campfire. And I suddenly felt something in my body. It was like an instinct took over, and I turn and start running back towards the camp. It was only when I got back into my tent and zipped it up for the night that I start to feel relaxed. I start to read a book, and then, as if my soul was pierced, I hear it. The key of an off-tuned piano once more. Now I actually dropped the book in fear. Now, it's been about 5 hours since this has happened, and I've not slept, and day has broke now and woke me up, and I'm writing this on my phone. I don't know what is happening or why this seems to be following me, but I know it's not all in my head because others have heard it. I just don't know what to do to make it stop. Now my fiance first encountered this thing in 2013. Him and his friends were on a camping trip in the middle of the woods in Maine. Literally middle of nowhere. No houses, really nothing for miles. They had a small fire going, but due to rain, it was hard to keep it going. They kept hearing something trying to creep up on them, but it was a kind of noise that sounded like it was big but on 2 feet. They started throwing rocks in the direction that they heard the footsteps, and suddenly there was a horrifying scream. None of them had actually heard anything like it before. He describes it as though something sounded like a fox but more human. It went crashing through the woods clumsily, but trying to come back almost. They had to fend it off with rocks for most of the night. The second time was about 1 or 2 years later. He went on a solo camping trip in Vermont since it was something he enjoyed, and then heard the exact same blood-curdling scream that he heard the first time. He was just sitting alone in the dark, just basically staring into the fire, when suddenly the scream comes back again. This time, without hesitation, he picks up everything that he needs, packs up and goes home. The third time was tonight. He was supposed to go out to my car to grab us a couple of bottles of water when he heard voices. Due to us recently having someone coming onto our property and stealing from our landlords, we were actually paranoid of this. Now, he went out to investigate. He calls me and tells me to let the dog out. As he was sneaking around, the voices turned to a snarling sound. He quickly stopped, turned off his flashlight, dropped to the ground, and the dog was standing next to him. Suddenly he sees 2 glowing eyes and it lunges at him. The dog gets excited and starts chasing it. The whole time they're chasing it, it's screaming and running faster than our dog. Even though he was running with a flashlight, he couldn't make out the shape of its body. He says how far apart the eyes were make it seem very large, but he can't really get a shape of it. It seems discoloured and somewhat distorted. It kept looking back at him while he chased it, and its eyes were just glowing while it screamed. Our dog chased it off into the woods, but luckily she came back. I think it was trying to lure him in there by making the sound similar to what the dog did. But he couldn't make out the height either because it went from squatting to standing and running. God knows what this thing was. I was a child living on a gravel road in southern Ohio in the late 1950s to early 1960s. At times, my grandmother would tell me to get to the front porch, saying they're coming. She'd say, soon, about 30 or so Civil War soldiers in blue would walk by the house in broad daylight, totally physical, actually kicking up rocks and stuff on the road, talking amongst themselves. Some in small groups and some alone, uniforms torn and dirty. They never responded to us. They just walked on, behind our barn and over the hill. This happened many times over the years. Now, I didn't know what to think of it, though later on, I saw a documentary on the Civil War and learned that those soldiers often walked home hundreds of miles. Many didn't survive the walk actually. I always wondered if they were trying to get back home or something. Now the following is a series of weird things that happened to me that I truly can't explain. Now what annoys me most about this is that I've tried to tell people my experience and they kind of just laugh it off. Actually, I told one of my colleagues at work today. I work as a Forest Server fire patrol person, but when I told them my story, they kind of just laughed at me and said, oh yeah, is that really what happened? And that really annoys me. And this is supposed to be someone that's quite similar and that I'd actually consider a friend there, and also had weird experiences before, so I just don't get it. People are so eager to hear what you say, but then they're so happy and quick to dismiss everything. I just don't get it. But let's dive into my story and hopefully at least a few of you will understand. Now, emotionally, I wasn't really the same after this. I don't know why. I'm not a spiritual person and I don't really believe in religion much, but this kind of made me think about what else is really out there. Where I live, there can be lots of snow all the time, but I love to go on my little adventures, and there was a forest that was supposedly haunted near where I lived. Now I'd heard quite a few things about this place, and apparently you'll hear screams in the night. You'll see headless people wandering around, and I guess just the works really. Now I'd actually been here on 2 occasions before. One was when I drove out with one of my friends, but to be honest, it was just the biggest waste of time. I mean, literally nothing happened. We were driving for a long time to get there, and basically nothing happened. We just get bored and come back. So I wasn't expecting too much in the second time that I'd been there. Again, nothing had happened, but in more recent times, I'd moved much closer and thought, why not go? Also, there was quite a nice snowfall, so I thought this was pretty cool. I really like going on adventures at night time like this, especially when the elements are involved. For whatever reason, it kind of makes me feel almost like I'm in a movie, especially if I've got my AirPods with me and I just listen to songs, and it really creates a vibe. I always found it empowering, but yeah. So I set out at night, and I walked towards the forest off of the main path, and it's really dark. The stars are looking absolutely beautiful above me, and luckily there's no cars coming, so I just get off and straight into where the forest starts. There was probably about 30 meters of snow or whatnot before it actually starts. Then you've hit by lots of trees. Now I turn my flashlight on and suddenly I can see really well. I had a really powerful one that was actually adapted for cameras and stuff. I was actually joking with one of my friends, it's like turning on the daytime and there's nothing to be scared of. And I also said that this probably scares away the spirits more than anything. They probably think it's God. I think of these jokes as I can see my breath in front of me from the cold. Now, it's kind of like the snow that's falling quite quickly to the ground, almost like it's kind of sleet, but it's not. It's still snowing. I notice it as I take my first steps into the forest. I have some pretty skinny trees on either side of me when I see something that looks odd. I can see what appears to be a white silhouette to my left when suddenly it vanishes. I'm a little confused by this, but suddenly I realise that it must be my breath from where I've got my scarf and things. I think it's a little odd, and I tell myself just relax a bit, and I keep walking. The trees are kind of like overarching here, and it actually looks really beautiful. I do notice one odd thing. There seems to be footprints that lead off from the main trail, but they kind of look like hoof shapes. I thought maybe some kind of animal went through here, or God knows what. It couldn't have been horse riding because the branches are actually too low. To give you an idea, they're probably about 8 feet above me or dropping down to 5, so you'd have to duck sometimes. Now these aren't nice branches too. They're the kinds that come snagged on each other, and if you make one loose, it's going to kind of whip you in the face. And I didn't want to lose my eyes. But it wasn't too much of an issue really. So when I set off, I didn't really have a direction or place that I wanted to go to. I heard there was an old church that used to be here, and I thought, you know what, that would be pretty cool if I can find that. Who knows what would happen if I go there on my own. Now at the time, I was certain there were other people around because I literally can't hear anything or see anyone. A really good telling sign is the fact that there's no lights. You kind of need lights to see where you're going out here, but I literally couldn't see any. Every so often, I look off into the woods and I don't see anything. I did notice one or two strange sounds, but they didn't happen too frequently. I know that there's lots of animals out here because of my normal line of work, and just I guess from having some good sense about my surroundings, so I didn't let it put me off. I knew I had to be careful of certain animals out here because I guess some could hunt at night, but I was going to be far bigger and they wouldn't dare go to me. The sky almost looks like a beautiful orangey colour above me because of my torch, and I think that's really pretty. I do start to feel the cold a bit now, so decide to pick up the pace. Another interesting thing is there's lots and lots of footprints on this path which have been here earlier. And I think that's a little bit bizarre because usually people don't hum here too often. I'm very used to going out here and there's no one around. So that was interesting. As I'm walking, the snow's now going directly into my face and it actually made it a bit annoying, to be honest. I stopped for a moment to try and figure out the direction of it so I can try and avoid it when I hear a howling off. Now I don't know exactly where it's coming from, but there seems to be another little trail where you can cut through going off of the main path, but I decided not to follow it just in case. I was kind of expecting to run into some crazy dog walker or something, but they never showed up, so I think this is a little bit odd. Eventually I come up to one of the trail signs and I can see some of the wildlife that lives here, and I think to myself, well, there's definitely nothing that's going to hunt me, as it's just birds and things like that. But I do wonder what the sound is that I heard. Now, I go a little bit further along, and eventually the snow picks up even more now. It felt a little bit different, and almost like the weather had become more hostile now. Again, I'm not a spiritual person, but it almost started to feel a bit more like the air was different here. Now, the only way I can describe what I was seeing if you haven't been in the woods at night in the snow is everything sort of looks like an infinite dream. It's almost like somebody's made an unlimited map of just forest, snow, woods, and it's just going to keep on going forever. You do have to be careful out here though, because if you really go off the path, then you don't want to be stuck out in the cold like this. As you can imagine, trying to get a fire going is not easy at the best of times, let alone here. As I'm thinking of this, I hear sounds up above again. I can hear somebody scurrying through the tree line. Well, at least that's what I think it is. And I pause for a second, and I go to switch my flashlight with one that has more of a focus beam. And I kid you not, as this is happening, I can see what appears to be a really small kind of lanky armed person scurrying through the woods. And I take a moment to figure out what this is. I quickly flicker on my other light, which is more powerful, and I don't see anything, so I just put it down to my mind going a little bit loose. I do have to say, I've never seen anything like this, and I think this is really weird. Annoyingly, my eyes didn't adjust well enough in the darkness to actually see this thing, and I have tried telling this part to some other people, but again, they all just say, oh yeah, it's just a rabbit. But I mean, come on, I've seen rabbits, and this thing had lanky arms. I can only describe it as if a person was about 3 feet tall, had a very large torso, and very long skinny arms that dragged the floor. But I don't know where they gone. I tried looking around for more footprints, but I can't see anything, and this gives me a little bit of adrenaline to pick up the pace. I knew I'd gone out here hoping to find some ghosts and things, but now I wasn't so sure if I actually wanted to find them or not. Now again, I can see a mist form just in front of me, then slowly disappear again. It was a white mist, and it's really like somebody's just breathed in front of me and then vanished. I try and replicate how I was standing a few moments ago and pace backwards and start breathing more heavily to see if it was me, but there's nothing there. Pretty confused at this point, but I decided to just pick up the pace more. Now, I had one other scary experience before from being out in the woods I can think of now, but this was more to do with an animal than anything supernatural. I remember I'd gone somewhere and a big old moose appeared and it was extremely close to me. For whatever reason, it didn't really take notice of me, it just looked at me for a second, but I remember that scared me. But that feeling that I had was kind of beginning to loom over me, and I started to wonder if maybe there was a large animal like that around. Now this is when I noticed the first strange structure. It's something that I hadn't realised before. It's a large wooden structure that looks like 3 trees, kind of in a Stonehenge shape, but a little bit less spread out. This is really weird. It's like they've been carved by hand and placed upright. And what was really bizarre is that there isn't much snow in the middle. It seems like the ground is staying particularly dry here, and not snow forming. Now, I think this is really bizarre because, well, where I am there shouldn't be anything like this. I would have been aware of it too, and I don't understand why I'd never noticed it before. It now becomes apparent that I'm not actually on the main path. I switch off my flashlight once more, and I just take a few seconds to take in everything. I'm trying to give my eyes some time to adjust to the darkness, and I look down at my battery. It's dropped down to 40% on the main flashlight thing, and that's a bit of a worry. Batteries drain pretty quick in the cold, and now I notice that there's more of the mist forming up ahead of me. I actually take a second just to assess what this actually is, but I can't figure out what it is. It's almost like a group of people standing there, kind of just like breathing or talking normally, but there's no one around, and it only seems to be spawning in a specific spot. Now, I once more get closer and try and figure out what this is, but I just can't. Now, it reminds me of a story of what one of my other Fire Ranger friends had told me about. Sorry to go off topic, but I think it's important because it might have been linked to what I saw. Now, one of my good friends had been working in the service for quite a number of years, and he would always try and prank us and pretend there was scary things out there. We never believed him, and sometimes he would actually get us with Halloween masks and stuff, and that was pretty creepy. But I remember one day that he come up to us and he looked very freaked out. He said, "Guys, I saw something and I don't know what it is." We ask him to elaborate and he refuses for a while, but because I'm good friends with him, eventually he decides to tell me what he saw. Apparently, he thought he saw a fire, so he went over to investigate it. Apparently it was just a small red cherry glow, but that could be the start of something. Just as he got to where it was, it suddenly went out, and there was a very big mist that appeared, which is like a smoky white colour. It almost looked like there was a huge fire in terms of the amount of smoke, but nothing was burning. He said it stayed here for literally 3 or 4 minutes as he stared at this bewildered until eventually it just vanishes. Now the reason that I'm telling you this is because it was incredibly similar to what I saw in terms of how he described it, the way that it moved, the slight opaqueness of it, everything was just weird. I stood there for what must have been about a good 4 minutes before eventually I decided that, yeah, I'm probably gonna have to press through this now. I couldn't be waiting around here all day, and I decided to be brave and walk through it. I actually held my breath just before I did so because I didn't know if it was maybe some kind of dangerous chemical or something that had leaked out, but there wasn't anything. I eventually make it through after what felt like ages, to be honest, and I was actually gasping for breath. It probably took me a good 20 seconds to get through this. Eventually when I do, I turn around to try and figure out where it had gone, and I can't see it. I do think that I can see something just moving off into the distance, but I can't be sure. It was almost like a group of people had vanished, but one of them had just went off into the woods. Now, I'm a little bit freaked out, but again, I was here alone, so there's not really too much I can think of this. Now, I do notice something else very weird. There seems to be lots of really bizarre shaped footprints going off in different directions. They're all kind of like the hoof shaped, like the thing I'd seen earlier, but they're really far spread apart, like something quite tall had been walking. But it's walking as though that it's in complete arrogance to the trees that are there, like they don't exist, and again, I don't know what kind of animal could have done this. Now, I walk on. I haven't really got a direction this time. I just know that I need to keep going. I have a feeling that I'm in a bad spot, and that's when I see something. This time I was certain that I was seeing something that was actually there. It was very far away, but I can only describe this as something which is completely black, with these white tusk arm things that was about 4 feet tall that hops around. I only saw this for a couple of seconds and it vanishes, but it's probably the scariest part of the encounter for me. I don't want to describe it as like a demonic thing because again, I'm not spiritual, but I don't really know what this was. It's like a really weird creature that would stand awkwardly and almost like it was just bent out too far and shouldn't be balanced, but it was. I flash on both the lights at the same time searching for it, but again, I don't see anything. I then realise that I'm not too far from a lake that I'm actually familiar with, and that's when I noticed a strange glow coming from the other side of it. Now, it was kind of like a glow of like a power plant would give, I guess, in the horizon. Almost like heat waves of light just emanating out slowly, again in the white colour, but almost having more of an energy to it. I decide that I have to investigate. Now, I was actually stupidly close to the shoreline now, because one slip, one twisted ankle, and I could go through the ice and no one would get me here. I'd die of hypothermia before rescuers could find me, but the sense of adventure had taken over. I turn my light around again, and I can't see anything. For a second, I'm sure I can make out the faint glow of 2 eyes, but I don't know if this is just an animal, so I'm not too worried. There's also strange sounds coming from over where that the light is, and it's almost like lots of people talking played backwards, really far off, really far, like barely audible, but I could hear it. The forest was pretty quiet at this time, and I think it made it worse. I'm constantly flashing around with my lights, trying to just get whatever this is to show up more, but I can't see anything. Now, I know some people are asking me why wasn't I more scared of that weird thing I'd seen, and to be honest, I can't tell you that. It was almost like I was drawn into something and a mixed personality had taken over where I was seeing weird things and they weren't welcoming, but they weren't worrying for whatever reason, like I had to go on further. I decided that I need to keep up my pace now, but I have some pretty good falls, and I think, well, I don't want to fall in the water and die, so I go off now. At this part, the trees are a lot thicker than before, and that was a bit more reassuring. But that lake, I'm constantly hearing sounds from over where that lake is, and I just cannot for the life of me figure out what they are. I actually can't remember the sounds too well, and I don't know if it was because I was in a bit of a heightened state during the experience, but I just remember they were weird sounds, like scratching and things like that. Now I know it could have easily been a group of people on drugs or God knows what, but given the weather conditions, I think that's extremely unlikely. Again, this is something one of my incredible colleagues told me that that's what this could have been, and joking that it was green men and aliens, but I don't understand it, because again, these people are so interested to hear what I was saying, and maybe they're denying it because they're scared of what I'm telling them, or just refuse to believe it, but that annoyed me. And I've always been somebody who has the ability to break down the physics of things. If something has happened, I don't immediately go to the irrational explanation. I think with a scientific mind, but it failed me this day, because I can't come up with much for what was happening to me. Now I continue on as the snow gets a little bit thicker now. I think the reason for this might have been because there weren't as many thin trees blocking out all of the snow to capture it, just quite a few big ones with more space in between, but it did actually make my legs hurt. I noticed my knees are quite cold, so my remedy for this is once again to pick up the pace. I clear some of the snow that's actually settled on me, and I actually feel a bit better now. There's quite a big drop off down to the lake now, and I realise that I'm going uphill. What was weird though is that I haven't been to this area before, and I can't really find it. Even since I've been back to the forest again, I've never been able to find this exact spot. Now, it was like somebody had described the area that I was in to somebody else, and they'd tried to make it but not done it exactly the same, and you kind of know deep down that you're not in exactly the same place, but there's enough familiarity for you to feel confident in the situation. Now, as I get closer to the light that I could see, I realised that this definitely isn't the moonlight, because it was kind of flickering like it had an electrical energy to it, and was kind of flashing around into the clouds a little bit, not like lightning, but kind of like the northern lights, and that was what I find really bizarre. Just the whole energy of whatever this was is like nothing that I've ever seen before. A little bit scared now, I start to slowly pan around trying to see anything, but I can't find a thing. Every so often I hear sounds of movement behind me, but I can't be sure what this is. I decide that I just need to keep it moving, and that was one of the things that made me feel more safe in this situation now. I eventually come up onto the bend and I start approaching towards where the light is directly now. Now again, I'm not too scared or shy of adventures, so I have to keep pressing forward one step at a time. I do notice something odd, and that's that there aren't any steps up here. I know people might not have gone here in the daytime, but it does seem weird because there was just so many earlier that I'd seen pretty much everywhere. The snow had actually slowed down a little bit, and it wasn't as abrasive on my face, and this was quite nice. My nose and toes always seem to suffer, especially in the cold, along with my hands. I think I have a problem where they don't have very good blood, or they just seem to switch off in the cold, but it made the going a little bit tough and less comfortable. Now, had I found the ghost that I was looking for? Not just yet. So I decide that I need to go towards the light, but again, the way that the light is kind of bouncing off the clouds, almost like it's the northern lights, was just really strange. I was incredibly drawn into this, almost like I was looking at a hypnotist's watch. It was incredibly beautiful, but just really weird. I didn't know if it was related to an electrical storm, but it wouldn't really make sense for me. I have seen something bizarre while working on the service, so again, a little bit similar to this. I remembered one time that I was working. I was actually in the station and I just made myself a coffee. I went to step outside and had a look around at the sky at night just because it's so beautiful, and I do notice something odd. There's almost like a large blue electrical ball of light in the sky. It's opaque and not really visible, and it only lasted for a few seconds, but it's like nothing I've ever seen before. A few of my colleagues had actually reported seeing it as well while on duty at the exact same time that I did, and this kind of had the same characteristics, but it wasn't identical. But I want to find out what this is, and I wasn't as scared as I was before. Now the closer I get, there's something else I notice which is pretty bizarre, and that's that the sky seems to be kind of imitating this very loosely. It's almost like somebody turned on a pulse of electricity through the clouds above me. It's almost like the northern lights are above the whole sky now, but extremely faint, but the same colour as the clouds, so again it's almost like they were pulsating a bit. I did get scared because there's an eye condition that someone in my family has, which is actually a little bit similar to this, but I've been tested for it multiple times since and after this event, and it's always come up clear. But in the moment I was pretty scared because I really worry about having issues with my vision. Now, luckily it turned out it wasn't my eyes, and I quickly did some tests by looking at the ground and things that weren't moving to realise that nothing was off. But why was the sky moving? I wasn't so sure what was happening, but I wasn't that far away now from where I needed to be. That's when I noticed another wooden structure. It's similar to what I've seen before, but it kind of formed more of a hexagon type of shape. Every so often I would see these on either sides of the trail, and they seemed to be increasing in frequency as I got closer to the light. I only saw about 3 more of them, but again, never seen it since. I stop for a moment, and I can see my breath on my light as I take my mask down just to try and get a better feel of what was happening. I shine the torch around, but again, I don't see much of anything. Don't know what I was expecting to see. I've just got the glow dead ahead of me now, and I know I have to get there. It's not much longer now before I'm there, so at least I've got that to look forward to, and I can eventually start heading back. I'm not sure how far I'd actually come at this point, but I've probably been walking for about a good 50 or 60 minutes. It doesn't sound like much, but usually you'll feel it more than I was in this situation, because walking in the snow is actually really difficult sometimes, and the cold can kind of zap out all of your energy. Now, I'm not too far away from where this is, and I can hear the voices again. It sounds like whispering. I can make out the odd word or two, but nothing seems to be in a language that I understand. It's definitely in a language though, and it hasn't increased in volume or anything since when I first heard it earlier. I don't know if it was there the whole time because I kind of just zoned out to it, but I suddenly noticed it much more than I had done earlier. And again, this is pretty weird to me because, like I said, I've never heard anything like it, and it is a bit creepy. Now, I eventually come up to the last clearing where the light should be, and I'm quite excited to get here. There seems to be lots of footsteps here everywhere, so I'm pretty convinced that I've made it back onto the main path now. I've got a good feeling now, and I know that there must be somebody there, so I feel pretty happy. So, what do? Take my steps around it. I can definitely hear the voices on the right side of me now, and I keep stopping every couple of seconds to approximate exactly where it is. Every so often I see movement up ahead of me, and I'm convinced that it's people out here now, so I feel much more relaxed and reassured. I'm now going down the last straight part that I have to go to, with the trees kind of forming an arch above me, and the snow's still everywhere around me. Now some people have asked me why did I keep going and what was I actually doing out there. That was my friends at work earlier, and I don't know. I guess it kind of felt like I'd been there for too long and I was at least going to get something out of it, and yeah. So I continue up and I eventually find where the clearing is, and I realise that I've only got about another 20 feet of a walk to figure out what this is, and I can see movement again. I decide that the best thing to do in this situation is just to slowly sneak up on who or whatever it is up ahead of me. Now yes, I've got them, I think. I can see some more lights ahead too. I'd see 2, then 3, then they go out. I don't have my light on at this point because I want the element of surprise. The snow is coming against me, but not directly in my face, so this is pretty pleasant. Now, I come up to where I can hear the voices finally getting louder and louder, and my excitement is growing. It feels like I've been here for too long trying to figure out what is actually going on, and I'm gonna get my taste of it soon. I am kind of looking over my shoulder every so often though, because I do hear sounds like I'm being followed. Again, I keep thinking I'm seeing movement, but there's not much of anything when I focus, so I try not to think of it. I don't actually have my torch on now, so I can't verify the fact that there's nothing there. But again, I just presumed it was people. And I thought, well, they haven't said anything to me, and I'm not disturbing them, so why are they going to be annoyed at me? It was almost like an overconfidence, and eventually, I come up to the tree line and the clearing. I start going a lot slower now as I get closer and closer to where I can hear them all. Now the chanting is still illegible, and I take my first step up, and I look around and I can see what must be hundreds of people all standing around the edge of some kind of clearing. They've all got their hands raised up and they're making some weird chanting sound. Now they're not actually that close to me, so it's pretty difficult to make out how tall they are, but these things seem really small. I say things because I don't know if they were people unless they were on their knees, but that's what it looked like. I start to shake a little bit as I feel a lot more like I'm in danger now. I decide that I'm gonna slowly turn my flashlight on for a second and figure out what this actually is. My eyes adjust more and more to the darkness every couple of seconds, and I notice something wrong. They don't look like normal people. The shape of them's all wrong and their arms are too long, and they're all either wearing some white things on their arms, but it looks very pointy, just like the things I'd seen earlier. I try as best I can to slowly flicker on the torch, but I cannot do it. Again, I start shaking more and more and try and press it, but nothing happens. I keep on and on flicking until eventually it flashes on, and for a split second I can see these things. They're like very dark small creatures with weird pointy arms, all facing up to the sky making some weird sounds. Their mouths are what really scare me. It's like just a circle with lots of jagged teeth. And just as I'm taking this all in, they suddenly vanish, and so does the sounds. I quickly fire the torch around everywhere trying to see where they've gone, but I can't see anything. I can hear my heartbeat in my ears like a constant rhythmic drum. And then, a few moments later, I hear movement, rustling and the sounds as though hundreds of people are all coming towards me suddenly, and I take off. I turn my torch on and quickly dart up ahead of myself, constantly looking over my shoulder with the torch. What I have just seen, I don't know, but I knew that I was in danger and had to get out of there. Luckily, I can retrace my footprints for most of the journey until I get away from the clearing. I can hear the sounds are still coming after me, just much slower than me, but they're still coming. I stop for a second and fire the torch around everywhere but can't see anything, and I drop it. Now, I managed to drop it not only into the snow, but face first, and that also means there's no light illuminating back at me, it's kind of buried. Just as I say to myself, you've got to be kidding me, I can hear something else not far up ahead of me. So I take off. Thank God I actually brought the other torch with me, because I'm absolutely certain at the fact that I would have had cardiac arrest otherwise. Now, the only problem I've got is the other torch isn't that easily accessible right now. I put it away when I was trying to hide and be not heard, but now I'm starting to think that wasn't really a good idea. And because I've had this on and so close to my face, I haven't really adjusted to the dark, and I don't know where I'm going. I used to be quite good at long distance cross country, so I have that in my favour. But I soon realise those years are way behind me, and I come up to a point where there's two paths. One's much smaller and seems untrodden but should be closer to where I need to get to. The other is what seems to be closer to where the light is, and I have to choose the latter. Now I take off down this path, and I keep fumbling trying to get the other torch on, but for whatever reason I just can't seem to do it. I don't know if it was for the fact that it was in the cold for too long, but in those moments it just would not come back to life again, and I'm just hitting it on my palm constantly. Now it's extremely difficult to navigate in this moment. I think I know where I'm going, but I can't really tell. There's clearly lots and lots of different footprints on this path, and I can't tell if they're normal or not because I was rushing so much, but it gives me some reassurance that I must be going in a relatively good direction to escape whatever this is. Now I should mention at this point that the sounds are long gone. I'd absolutely blitzed something that seemed like it couldn't go much quicker than a light walking pace, but it didn't matter. I don't know what was chasing me or why. I don't know what I'd just disturbed. Eventually, I flick my torch on again, and I illuminate the rest of the way back. I turn it off again quickly because I'm not sure how good the battery is and I really needed to conserve it. I stop for a few moments to collect my breath and look around me, and I think I know my bearings now, and I start to walk. The only reason that I had to walk now is because I was so out of breath and exhausted from moving in the snow that I genuinely was going to have to crawl the rest of the way out otherwise. I now make it up to another clearing where I can see the lake. I look around everywhere, and what's really weird, I can't see the light glow that I saw earlier. It's genuinely nowhere. I was convinced that I should still at least be able to see that out of all things, but there's literally nothing. I don't get it. And the sky, it still didn't look right, but it wasn't like before. So where did the light go? I didn't have much time to focus on it, but I was truly perplexed, and this is something that I still think about now. I managed to get my torch on again, and I don't know, it sounds stupid, but I was trying to recharge whatever energy it was and fire it around everywhere, hoping to see the light again, just to know it was there. But again, I don't see anything. Now, I'm pretty spooked out now, but I have to keep going. I eventually make it into a more familiar area, and I'm actually feeling confident finally. I've adopted more of a walking pace because I was a little bit worried that if anyone was out there and I run up on them, they might think I was trying to attack them. I do stop constantly though, and look around, desperately trying to see something or anything around me, but again, I can't see anything or anyone. I was desperately hoping that I'd see a group of people just to explain what I'd seen, or at least to be able to tell somebody, but I can't see anything. The snow's picked up a little bit more now, and it wasn't pleasant. I realised too that I must have been out of here for quite a long while because the battery's virtually entirely drained on the torch. I know because it's gone pretty dim. I probably have the worst torch in the world because when the battery is low it goes really dim to conserve it, but it doesn't last very long, so what's the point? The other light that I have is far superior, but that's long gone. I decide to leave it for whatever's out there to enjoy it. I know I'm never seeing that thing again. I'm someone who usually hates losing things too, but I was so scared I didn't even think about trying to recover it. Now, the trees are getting thinner and thinner, and that gives me a pretty good idea that I'm not too far away from where I need to be now. I can't be 100% certain that I'm back to safety, but this is a pretty good indicator of it being the case. Now, I continue this walking pace and I'm constantly looking behind myself. Now momentarily, I start shaking again and don't know why. Then suddenly, I realise I hear something making a screeching sound. It's kind of at a medium volume, but it sounds like it's coming from exactly behind where I was. I'm not so worried now because with a few steps, I'm eventually back to where the forest ends and I'm not too far from safety. I look around for anything to have been following me, but I can't see anything. And I quickly make my way over to my car. I start it up, turn the lights on full, and take one last look into the forest and I can't see anything. I get back into my car and drive the rest of the way home, completely in shock about the whole experience. Now, I really don't know what happened to me that day, and I truly don't like sharing my story with colleagues at work because they don't really listen to me, but I know what I saw, and I don't know what it was. It could have been spiritual, it could have been anything, but I sure as hell don't have a clue what that was, and that scares me. I'd been working as a fire ranger for quite a while, and I had some really good times there. I remembered one of my most favourite was while I'd have my friend stationed up with me. It meant that we could basically just relax and just have a good time together. We were pretty good at sharing the tasks together too, so one of us could go and do other things while the other kept busy on watch. I remember doing this job in the winter definitely had some perks, but some disadvantages too. One of the things I really didn't like about it was how cold it would get. I'm someone who always has cold hands, so this would be really annoying. But it didn't matter too much. I could quite easily and quickly warm up my hands having a nice warm cup of joe. So that's what I do. I remembered that my buddy told me that one night he kept seeing something that he couldn't quite explain. He explained it as apparently a part of the forestry would move round. He said, I don't know, it's just crazy. I'd be looking and I'd think there was some kind of movement. I trained my binoculars on it and I could never quite get a clear shot of whatever this was. I said, are you sure it wasn't just intruders or people messing around? But he said, no, it was definitely something weird, but I can't quite figure out what it was. I tell him try not to worry about it too much and hand him a coffee. He thinks that he might have just been a little tired, but he does look a little bit shook up by the incident. Now this friend is someone who's pretty prone to panicking and worries about absolutely everything. I mean, he won't really bother thinking about something rationally, he just immediately goes to an irrational explanation, so I didn't let it bother me too much. So I was walking one day while I wasn't with him, and I heard a really loud splash sound. From the lake where we were, it literally sounded like somebody just jumped and did a big cannonball in. I was worried that somebody had fell in and was in trouble, so I started to make my way through the forest quickly, trying to get to wherever the source of the sound was. It really did sound like someone was in trouble, but as soon as I got over there, I couldn't see anyone. I thought, that's really weird. I was worried that I was going to see a body float up or something, but I couldn't see anything, and I think, well, maybe it was some of the wildlife here or something. It was definitely weird. I also thought maybe it was a tree or something that had fallen, or something out of a tree, but I couldn't see anyone or anything. So I think that's odd. I now ended up making my way mostly back to where I needed to be, and continue on the path like normal, and that's when I hear it. Or should I say see it? Something snaps and instinctively I turn around to see what it is, and I can just about make out something hanging off of a tree. It almost looked like a giant sloth, but suddenly it just slowly made its way into the water, hanging off the tree branch perfectly to not snap it, then whoosh. The sound of the branch snapping back caught me off guard. What was that? It genuinely looked like quite a big sloth. I started to think maybe it's some of the branches and things, but I couldn't be 100% sure of that, so it was definitely something that I remembered being very odd. Now again, I try not to worry too much, but it was definitely weird. If I had to compare it to anything, then it would have definitely been somebody in one of those sniper suits. I don't know what you call them, or maybe a hunter, but an aquatic one, that's weird. So I get back and waited a few days and not much happens. It had all but gone out of my mind by then, until eventually I met up with the panicky friend again, and you know what? He was panicking just like always, and I thought, oh god, here we go, I'm never going to hear the end of this. I actually couldn't be bothered to explain the story because, well, I know that I'm never going to hear anything else, and it's going to be, oh, I told you man, why didn't you listen to me? But hey, I eventually decided that I should probably let him know and say that I saw something weird just for his own safety. He says, dude, that's just like what I saw. I wanted to tell you that night, but I didn't think you'd believe me. I looked at him and almost kind of half smiled to make him feel more confident, but to be honest, I wasn't feeling much confidence myself. So I decided to continue on with our job and we settle in for the night. Again, we're taking it in turns now. I should mention that there were hardly any fires at this time, so there wasn't too much for us to worry about. So we fall asleep, and we can hear howling. It sounded like wolves or something, but it was quite creepy. The thing is, it sounded like it was coming closer to the tower, and I got up like I've never got up before. I can see the panicky buddy saying, hey look, what's that? We look out, and we can see some figures outside. It looks like there's about 4 or 5 of them, but whatever they are, they're kind of half limping towards us. My buddy then says, God, what the heck are they? Are they coming here? I quickly go and get my binoculars, which are quite powerful, and I can see them. Even though these things have some kind of enhanced night mode, I can't figure out what these are. It just kind of looks like branches moving. I say, you sure this is them? He says, yeah, I'm sure. I've been watching it for about an hour now. I say, why didn't you wake me up? He said, God, I was just froze here. Don't blame me. And we're stuck there, baffled, not sure what to do. Now, we don't actually want to put this in because they're going to make us investigate it. So what we decided to do is just wait a little while and see if they went. I opened the door to get a better view outside, and I can feel the cold air hit my face, and then they seem to freeze. Then I can see the same kind of shuffle in motion, but now in the opposite direction to where we are. Okay, great. They've definitely heard us now, and they're definitely running away or limping. What on earth was that? They kind of look like those little things in Star Wars that live up in the trees. That's the only way I can describe it. It was really weird. They weren't very tall, but they just seemed to disappear suddenly. We then decided to radio in what had happened to get some further support, and they basically said they're going to send some guys out with some big powerful torches to have a look around and join us. We're like, yeah, we're going to investigate. You can imagine we didn't do any investigating. We waited right there. There's no way on earth we're going to go down. What if there's even more of them? So we waited for a while, and the radio goes silent. I was actually really tired and kind of drifted in and out of consciousness when I can hear some footsteps on the bottom of our tower. Didn't think much of it, and nor did my body. We thought, they're coming now. Eventually, however, there's no more footsteps really, so now we're like, well, where did they go? But we think maybe they're just searching around, and to be honest, we both didn't really do anything. Then eventually we can see some lights. Then we realise that was actually the guys that we thought we heard. So what on earth did we just hear? We rushed down and they were annoyed at us for going to the tower, but I said, no, we're just getting coffee for you. And we then do a big search of the place and we just don't find anything. but my god, it kind of felt like things were crawling under my skin. It felt like my skin was ready to fall off my back. It was really weird. I don't know how to describe it. It felt like we'd gone into some area and found some undiscovered tribe or something, and we're about to be toast. It was really weird. But nothing too much happened, and eventually we have to continue, and because we're on the rotor, that can't change, so we're back up there. We decided to take it in turns that night, getting about 2 or 3 hours of sleep, then the other would take over, so I felt absolutely terrible the following morning. It was quite a nice sunny day but still cold, and I just remembered thinking that this couldn't have got any more weird, could it? Now, eventually we made it back home, and everything was normal, and I kind of forgot about those things. They were definitely weird. Now that was until about 2 weeks later. Again, by chance, almost like this guy attracts weirdos and bad energy. Something happened that was strange, ever so strange. So, I'm patrolling around, just doing my usual job. I was actually trash collecting that day, which wasn't my favourite task. I think because of doing this, I actually let my mind slip off of the focus of what I was supposed to be doing when I hear something in the water. Now, I'm getting a little bit nervous now because it's making a lot of sound splashing around, and I think to myself, God, is this it? I don't want to look, and I can't. I can hear it getting further away, and I say, thank God, thank God, thank God, over and over to myself, until eventually I realise it's coming towards me, and I'm like, God, no, I have to turn and face this. And just poking its head out of the water, I can see something. I look eyes with some weird yellow kind of blobs, which I guess you could call eyes, and I see something sticking its head out of the water. It kind of looked almost like it was wearing some kind of seaweed hat or something, but this thing stunk, and I know instantly that something was horribly wrong. The way it just stood there, so comfortable in the water, made me realise that this was no person, so I fled. I'm almost ashamed to say it because I should have waited a bit longer. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I get back to the tower, tell my buddy what's happened, and he really starts panicking, and we get back into the truck and drive out of there. We actually went all the way over to the gas station and stayed there for a while. He says, I knew it. I knew something crazy was out there. God, why didn't you believe me? I tell him, stop, just be quiet. I really don't want to be more scared now. And that guy ended up having a nervous breakdown. I managed to comfort him enough, but he starts telling me that he's seen that thing before. And the way that he describes it's identical to what I'd seen with my own eyes. He said, that's it, I quit. And for a moment I was kind of in shock, but within 5 minutes later, I did the same thing. To this day, probably the biggest regret of my life, honestly, is not taking longer to understand what that thing is. I know it's scary and crazy, but I really think that was my once-in-a-lifetime moment to make contact with something either not from this world or something that we don't know about, and I bottled it. But heck, who knows if that thing was going to harm me and even get me in the water somehow. I just don't want to think of it. I remembered that I had to go and get some more supplies. Basically, I had to get some more firewood for the cabin, because buddy, you're in big trouble if you didn't do that out here. As a ranger, it was one of our jobs because, well, the guys knew how important it was. The last thing you wanted to be was stuck out there cold. I actually heard a story about one guy that ended up setting fire to the whole cabin, and it actually burnt to the ground because he couldn't get warm enough and his supplies just weren't working. He basically relied on somebody to stock up who didn't. That wasn't going to be me. So I set out and closed the door behind me. Now, the scenery is absolutely breathtaking, and I'm kind of walking in the middle of it all with large expanses on either side. The trees look beautiful, but it's very hard to walk in this, but I'm doing so for a while. Now, I didn't have to walk too far to actually get supplies, and I just thought this place is great. I love being out here really, and I felt really at peace because of it. But I did notice something weird. Every so often while walking, I was certain that I could see somebody up ahead of me. However, every time that I seemed to get close, it would just basically almost appear to be a tree or something. And I'd think, well, I guess that was just in my head. But I would continue on anyway. This happened for a while until eventually I can see it perfectly as someone else. I think that's odd, but I try not to disturb them too much as I don't know who they are or what their intentions are. So I get to where my firewood is and I'm quite pleased and happy for this. So I'm getting my wood together and everything when I see them still walking off. And I don't know why, I just had to follow them. I had the desire of which I couldn't contain and just something felt weird about it. I was intrigued and I wasn't going to stop. So I dropped the wood down and I realised that they're still going in the same direction. Now they're actually going towards more of a clearing at first and I can see their steps in the snow ahead of me. So I keep trying to follow this person, but I never seem to be closing on them for some reason. I wasn't willing to pick up the pace, so I should mention really, because it was so cold that I didn't want to burn through all of my energy. I really needed to preserve it, so that's what I'm doing now. I remember I get closer and closer until eventually I think, yeah, I've got you now. They've just gone around the corner and I'm basically on top of their tracks now. So I turn around the corner and I can't see anyone. Bizarre. I look around and there's an expanse in front of me with nothing there. I look quickly to the left and right saying, hey, are you alright? Do you need help? And there's no reply. I find that extremely weird. I then look down and that's when I notice that the footsteps continue 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Nothing. They literally just come to a stop, as though that person has either went invisible or vanished. I actually throw my hands around to where they were just standing, trying to see if I can feel something, just anything to make sense of this, but there's nothing. And now I feel fear. Fear like I've never felt in my life, like I've discovered something I shouldn't have. So I turn around and run. I eventually get back to where the firewood is and pick it up, and again, like I'm carrying a fallen soldier, rush until eventually I get back to the safety of my cabin. Even to this day I still can't make sense of the situation and it scares me thinking about what happened that night. Okay, so I work at a movie theatre, which means that we closed the building down at about 1:30 to 2 AM. So once the building was closed, a couple co-workers and I had decided to go to a hill across town that had a view of Nashville. We hike up the hill, and once we got halfway there, they headed back to the car to drive up the hill faster, but I continue alone. When I get to the top, there was a guy hiding in the bush and he shouted, "Hey, what are you doing here at me?" and then starts to run towards me. Now, I know you're probably wondering where the creature comes into this, but that's about to be revealed. So I ran down the opposite side of the hill towards the church and lost the guy tailing me. After I reached the bottom of the hill, I found an open drain pipe for the storm drains. It had bars in front at 1 foot, 0.6 inches apart, and I decided to hide in there. I made a couple of turns and ended up about 3 or 4 streets from where I went in. The drain was about 5 feet high, so I could move quickly with only a little bit of hunch. I decided I was going to wait for a bit to make sure I was safe, and I took my phone out and started going through social media. After about 15 minutes or so though, I heard what sounded like a rock getting kicked down the tunnel, coming from deeper down, so I turn on my flashlight to investigate and actually see a pair of eyes reflecting back at me from the darkness. The eyes are about 6 inches apart from the top of the ceiling. The rest of its body is mostly darkness, but I can see that it's not human shaped. I can see that it's a shorter creature with a large head. We stared at each other what felt like an eternity, and suddenly it starts moving quickly towards me. Once it started moving back, I took off back the way that I come and ran to the church where my friends were waiting for me. We left very quickly afterwards. I haven't been back to that hill since, but my co-workers and I are planning to go all the way down there together on Halloween, just to see what happens. Now I'd like to share my experience that happened about 4 years ago. To this day, I keep wondering what happened to come across my sister. So it was winter time here in the suburbs of Northern Virginia. I live with my family in a neighborhood not too far from Washington, D.C., so we're not necessarily in the absolute middle of nowhere, although our home is very close to a few decently large wooded parks. Now one night, I was at my then girlfriend's place, nearby the city. I get a phone call from my sister at about 7 p.m, which in the winter time is pretty much dark here and night time. I didn't think anything of it. She usually calls me for random things. Now a bit about my sister. Ever since she was little, she loved horror movies. Growing up with her, I can tell you firsthand that she's not easily scared and actually loves the paranormal. So back to the call. I pick up the phone, and the first thing I realise is that her voice is breaking up. She was sobbing and could barely talk clearly. Instantly, my mind starts rushing with horrible thoughts about what could have happened. She kept telling me to come home as soon as possible, and I ask her why, is everything okay, and she doesn't say. She just kept asking me to come home. Obviously I got in my car and come back. The neighbourhood's very dim. There aren't many lights, only a few solar-powered garden lamps from surrounding homes. As soon as I got home, I ran inside and said what happened, and she starts explaining it. About half an hour before she called me, she went outside to grab a few things from her car. Again, it was dark out, but when the car is unlocked, the headlights turn on. When she opened the door to the car, the light is shining through the driveway to the front of the garage. She noticed it first from inside the car. A short bipedal human-looking thing is standing on two jet black muscular legs. At first she thought it was a raccoon, but that would have been obvious to her. But the thing is, it scared her to the point of crying while she was in the car. Her view was obstructed from the rest of the creature, which was crouching, from which she describes it was scratching at something on the roof trying to get in. Maybe, but she wasn't going to stick around to find out. She got out of the car, pretending to not have spotted it. This thing seemingly acts in an intelligent way. She thought maybe if I act as though I didn't see it, it's just going to stay up and not try and attack or anything. But as she backed away behind the car, she heard it standing upright. Startled, she looks at it. The whole description she told me is that it's jet black, smooth skin on its arms and legs like a dolphin. It has 5-digit hands and no claws, dread looking with very dirty hair or fur covering its body. The face is what was disturbing. The face had 2 shiny yellow eyes that glowed from the car's headlights with no nose, just 2 slits, and a very wide mouth with no lips. She took off when she made eye contact. As soon as she was indoors, she called 911, and an officer was dispatched to her home. He looked around the back to see if there was any damage or signs of somebody climbing on the roof, but there was no footprints, no damage. Everything is in place. The officer just told us to lock the doors and windows and leave. Now, it's not like my sister to be terrified to the point of calling the police. Whatever that thing was though, I can only imagine what it was like to witness this in real life. I don't know what it is, and maybe it's still out there. Now first I will state that I've never been interested in aliens or UFOs. I've honestly always been pretty scared of the whole thing. I remembered seeing signs when I was 12 and it literally terrified me for weeks, but I thought of this as incredible science fiction until I experienced something that I presume most of you won't believe, and that's fine. 3 months ago, I was camping with a friend in a very remote part of Northern California. I'm a massive wilderness junkie. I've been camping all my life, and I spent much of my free time hiking, rock climbing, etc., or hunting. A buddy of mine that also enjoys the outdoors wanted to head up to the Sierras for a weekend and asked me to go with him. It was on our second night and we were sitting up by a campfire. We weren't staying at a campsite though. We had hiked about 10 miles from our cars to a clearing which had a really beautiful view that we'd stayed at once before. Now it's around 10 PM and we ate some food and we were checking out the stars. He was tired and went to sleep in his tent. I wanted to stay up for a while, and about 45 minutes after he went to bed, I saw this object coming up from the valley below. It was a basic flying saucer shape with multiple circular lights rotating around the edges that changed colours over and over. I was completely in shock. I watched it for maybe 15 minutes, then I decided to wake him up so he can see it and I wouldn't think I'm crazy. I stood, and when I looked back towards it, the light is gone. I called out his name, and that's when everything weird happened. I didn't hear my own voice when calling out. Everything was completely silent. I couldn't move my eyes around and couldn't move my body. I remembered seeing the fire had completely froze. Everything is like a picture, like time stopped. Then there was a flash of light and I blacked out. I woke up later and the sun is rising outside, and I was laying in the dirt shivering next to the fire which has long gone out. It felt like I'd been drugged, in a haze. I sluggishly yell out his name a few times and he comes out of the tent. He was really confused to say the least. I tried to explain what happened but my memory was foggy and I couldn't articulate it. He left within 30 minutes. I was totally silent in the car ride, falling back in and out of sleep for about 7 hours. He then drops me off and I fell asleep all day. A few weeks later, I was messing around with an amp and realised I heard a static sound, and that's when I unplugged my guitar, and for some reason I suddenly had memories of everything. When I came back, I was conscious of being suspended laterally in a circular mechanism in a position familiar to the Da Vinci's Vittorian Man. These clear glass-like shapes shackled me around, holding me in place. I was nude, and standing above me were 4 or 3 typical greys about 4 feet tall and wearing white spandex-like suits. 2 were standing there observing, and the other was extracting a fluid from my vein. Now, although I didn't know how to react at this, I felt almost like I knew what was going on. I can't move at all, except for my eyes and lips. I'm really terrified. In a sort of fight or flight state, my heart pounding because of adrenaline. I can't tell you how scared I was, but I was annoyed. I wanted to get them and kill them. My brain went primal. Now, I could also tell they sensed my anger because they stepped back. And it was so weird. 2 of them disappeared from my view and left the room, the other one staring at the void of any emotion. I wanted so badly to shut my eyes, but I forced myself to stare at it, trying not to blink. Then 2 greys came back. Now they weren't alone. I honestly couldn't believe my eyes, but standing behind them were 2 very tall human looking, a male and female looking like Norse gods. They had bright hair and massive eyes, which is golden colour in their hair. The males were dark blue and the females were more violet. I suppose they were what the UFO community refers to as Nordics. It was quite bizarre to me. My family descends from Sweden and I'm very Nordic looking. This is cliche, I know, but I heard a feminine voice in my mind and for some reason I could understand what she was telling me, saying, "Be calm, you're not in danger." I relaxed then and asked what they want from me, and she said they're chucking up on me. I practically black out after hearing that. I asked what she meant, and that's when she said that they saved me from when I first come into contact with them. I knew what she meant. I was born 2 months premature, and my mum was sick during labour. We had high fevers and stuff. The strange thing is, the doctors had absolutely no idea what was wrong with us. I was given 2 spinal taps and my mother was given 3. I spent 4 nights in that bubble house in ICU thing. There was a decent chance I was gonna die. Then one day, I suddenly make a full recovery. The doctors are very worried that the whole ordeal might have actually damaged my body and brain, but I was fine. I then ask her, why did you save me? And they say that's a conversation for another time. I say, are you human? And they say no. I was confused considering they look quite human. I asked him if man had come from them and he said yes. Now, I wanted to know why they looked especially similar to me. He stated that many males of their kind found females attractive and mated with them. This directly passed on some of their Nordic type features. I wanted to know more, but they declined and said it's time for me to go back. I blacked out instantly and woke up by the extinguished campfire with clothes on, shivering. I know this sounds absolutely ridiculous and impossible, but it's what happened to me. I've been completely lost since the encounter and don't really know what to make of it all. Alternative. I worked as a fire warden as well as a fire lookout and park ranger, so I'm pretty well established while working out in the forests. Now it's something that's run in my family for a while, not necessarily doing the exact same types of jobs as me, but definitely doing jobs which are outside and have an element of danger to them. My grandfather was in the military, and my father also worked out in the woods but as a scout leader. He did a few other things too. The good thing is that growing up, it meant that I had many experiences that I could draw upon if ever there were times of need or danger. I can remember some weird ones when I was younger. One of the most interesting ones that really happened to me was when I went fishing with my grandpa. I remembered that it was cold and we were out quite far. I really look forward to fishing with him though. It's a skill that I hadn't mastered, and for some reason, every time that he went fishing, he would just catch something really good. It was almost like the fish were just drawn to him. Whether you want to call it a fish whisperer or God knows what, he just had that ability. I even saw him catch some with his bare hands once. I always joked that he was kind of like a bear. You know how they could just pluck out salmon from the water? It was just like that. Well, as we're fishing, he starts telling me stories about Sasquatches and things like that, which he knows roam around here, and apparently his dad had seen before. Apparently when they used to go out, he would actually work as a lumberjack, so he'd spend lots of time in the woods, but every so often they would notice things going missing or moving. I mean, we're talking about really heavy equipment, things that nobody should have been able to move. They'd come back to work the following morning, and virtually everything was in a different place to where it should have been originally. Yeah, that's pretty odd, but nothing too concerning really. Well, apparently every so often, in the mist, they would see Bigfoots walking around freely. This was so bizarre, but it's something they really got used to in time, to be honest. Now, as he's saying that, I hear something, a very loud roar. I honestly thought it was a monster for a second, and I actually dropped my fishing rod. Almost like a knight ready to go to war, my grandpa gets his rifle and quickly loads a round in. He puts his finger to his lips to be quiet. We then hear some thumping around us. We realised a tree had fallen. Now I was scared. I felt like I was in the lion's den. Well, my grandpa had a different take on things, and he tells me not to move, as he orders me to slowly go back towards the water with his hands as he scans around. I remembered holding my breath for what really felt like much longer than it actually was, as I was waiting for what was going to happen. Now my grandpa then comes over and whispers to me to stay here. He's going to search around the area, and I go, no. He says, stop, be quiet, as he goes off. I remembered staring at him for a long while as he slowly went away, and I was thinking to myself that this could have easily been the very last time that I'd ever see him again. I remembered him walking over the ridge and thinking to myself that, well and truly, this could be the last time that I was ever going to see him again. So I wait there for 5 and then 10 minutes, and I think, God, Like he's just abandoned me here. Is some monster gonna come and take me? Because I was young, I was actually more paranoid in my mind about something coming from the water and basically just grabbing me and pulling me under. I was quite young at the time, and to be honest, because of my state of fear, I really thought it was a possibility. I was probably hyperventilating for a while by then too, and it actually made me feel tired. Maybe it was just from all the hormones that my body had pumped through my body then. And then crack. A big crashing sound. For a second I don't know what it is. Then another one. I'm literally frozen to the spot. For a second I thought it was lightning and thunder, but I realised soon it come from wherever my grandpa was. I was absolutely frozen in fear then. I wanted to go and move to investigate, but I couldn't. It was almost like my spirit was freely roaming, but my body just couldn't. It almost felt like an out-of-body experience. I have no idea what's happening now. In my eyes, my grandpa's just went and bravely fought to the death or something and is about to get eaten. This goes on for a little while, but it's probably only about 7 or 6 seconds and I suddenly move again. I felt like time had frozen as I walked. It was like everything else was going really slow, but I was going quickly. So I say, Grandpa. I finally got my voice again. I say Grandpa once more, trying to figure out where he's gone and what was happening. It was just such a weird moment, which was truly so surreal. I now go further and further, until I eventually stumble upon somebody standing there. They aren't moving much, just looking around. That's not my grandpa. I say hey, really loud. My grandpa says, wait there. And he slowly turns back towards me. I didn't realise it at the time, but he's basically pointing his rifle around. I couldn't actually recognise the shape of him so easily because of this. He wasn't very tall, but I guess where he was standing he looked quite tall, so I assumed that it was somebody different. I suddenly feel a lot more relaxed now, as he slowly starts turning back towards me. Now, eventually he makes it all the way back, and he says, we gotta get out of here. I ask him what happened. I keep asking, are you okay? I can see he's fine. He just does a glance to me and it tells me that I've got to be quiet and just listen. My grandpa then makes me pack up everything into our little steel box and we slowly turn around. We're actually following the shoreline now, which was weird. I didn't actually know whether we could get back following this route, but my grandpa just keeps on going, so I followed like a soldier in battle. So we keep this up for quite a while, and eventually we make it back to relative normality. Now, we get back to a more safe area, and I still don't know what had happened. My grandfather eventually puts his gun down, and I can see that his hands have gone white. That's how hard he was gripping that thing. It's a look that I've never seen before. I presume that this is how soldiers look when they've just come out of an intense battle and their mind is coming out of that all weird survival mode. Eventually we get back and he finally says one word. He says bear. He really didn't have to explain anything else to me, and I just knew enough, and especially by the way that he said it to me. Something was definitely off. I said, but what happened? Did you get it? Did you kill it? He says no. He then tells me what happened from his perspective. He said that, I told you wait there, and I knew it was the only way to protect you. He said I knew if I left this bear it would easily gain on us and probably kill us without us realising. He became very serious as he said this, taking a moment to pause and look up. I think he was just trying to calm himself down and not really show any fear. He does this one more time and I'm listening to every word that he said. He then tells me that he saw the bear, took a shot, and knew it was a warning shot. Usually all bears in this situation just panic and run off. If you can get a rifle round really close to them too, because of the velocity and everything. But not this time. Something weird happened. He seems to slowly encroach on us. I say to him then, come on, but what happened next? He says, well, this thing got closer and closer and I put a round straight into its chest. Did it die? No. He said it kind of fumbled around then and went more towards a tree. It basically just stood there. And then, after a while, my grandpa thought that he'd maybe even missed as it starts to slowly go towards him again. He said he starts to back up while loading another round when, suddenly, it just sits there staring at him. He said those moments were the most intense of his life to me. Apparently then, he eventually slowly went back to me, scared that there might be more as he heard more sounds. That single story was the source of so many nightmares to me over the years. I almost think it was more scary from my perspective, just because I was completely in the dark about everything. I mean, I have to give props to him because of how brave he was, but it was really terrifying to me, honestly. In my eyes, he was fighting some kind of monster off and was really going to war with that thing, and I was just there watching from the shoreline, or should I say imagining what was happening. Yeah, it was really scary, but again, I just had to accept it for what it was. So as you can imagine, my grandpa was quite a cool and tough guy. I mean, he didn't look that intimidating at all, but if ever things got real, he was the one that would know exactly how to handle it and stay completely calm in the situation, which was great. So now, fast forward a few years to something that happened with all of us. Well, we were all driving, and this was when I just got on the park ranger job, and they were all very proud of me. We were going to go on a small trip to go out into a small area of land that my family owned where there was quite a nice house. We'd actually basically started renting it out after a little while, but eventually ended up selling it because every so often a weird black car would seem to pull up and just linger around for a while then drive off. We never figured out exactly who it was too, but it was definitely weird to be there. So now, we're all driving and we're all taking it in turns. Though my grandpa was old by that point, he was a very good driver. He actually did it in the military for a while too. Now, eventually we get closer and it's my turn to drive. I drop off my dad and grandpa, who are both quite tired and want to sleep, and I say that, well, I'm going to go to the shops now and get some things, and I'll be back soon. So I head off, and that's what I start to do. Now, as I'm driving back, I remembered having a strange feeling, like my core suddenly went very cold. It's a weird feeling, and again, one that I've not experienced too often. Even looking back now, I really think it's the only time that I had that feeling. It was strange. It was almost like the car that I was in suddenly become very cold. I even looked down a few times, doubting myself as to what the actual temperature was because it felt freezing, honestly. But every time I had a look, everything was fine and basically as it should be. So I didn't have to think too much about it, thinking, oh god, maybe I picked up a flu or something. I'm one of those people who's fairly susceptible to getting colds and flus, and I thought, well, that's great. Just as I've got a bit of time off, of course I get unwell. But I guess that was normal. And now I start thinking alternatively that, well, the main thing I don't want to do is get my grandpa unwell. Especially with his age, these things can be a really good issue for him, and one that he'd struggle to overcome. So I'm driving for a while and eventually get to the store. As I went in, I remembered thinking that the person on the till seemed a little bit odd. He was a new person. I don't know where they come from, but they didn't feel very welcoming. They just looked a bit weird. Almost like they were kind of looking through you and never directly at you or engaging with the conversation. The best way that I can describe it is almost like they were somewhere far different from where we were. It was really bizarre to see. But I thought, you know what, I'm unwell, I'm just misreading everything, and I really need to get some rest now. So I decided to stock up on a few extra cans of soup, just because it would mean that if I got unwell, I'd have some easy access to food and I could kind of isolate a bit with that, not having to rely on the others to make some food. I remembered realising I was so cold and feeling shaky once again as I've gotten into my car. I actually shudder a bit and try and keep my body warm. Not to worry, I'll just put the air conditioning on full blast and that should be enough for me. Now I start driving, and yet again, I do not feel warm whatsoever. I really get annoyed by this now because it's actually making it harder for me to drive because how cold my fingertips are. I just can't seem to progress the way that I want with my warmth, and I don't know what to do. I actually unzipped my coat for a bit, thinking somehow that the warm air isn't getting to me. I even opened the window thinking maybe I'm feeling a bit sick, and that's when it happened. A big white flash. I actually see a weird shape at the same time. I don't know what I'm seeing or what's happening. I was kind of aware that something weird had gone on. It only lasted for a few seconds and then everything goes dark for a little while. It takes me a few seconds and my ears begin ringing, and then I feel the door open. Somebody is holding my hand and I'm now being moved without moving under my own strength. The best way that I can describe it is almost like some kind of force was taking me. I'm still really confused about this and I honestly thought that it was a dream, so it didn't actually bother me at all and I was quite relaxed. I also noticed that I felt so much warmer now and I was conscious of being cold before. Now again, it's kind of weird because I guess in most dreams you don't really consider that you're in one, or you at least can't think of what happened before. I'm one of those people where if I'm aware I'm having a weird or bad dream, I can actually wake myself up somehow, but in this case I just let it happen. So I'm now being dragged back for about 20 or so seconds and I feel something slimy around my feet. Again, I'm not sure what it is, and I feel my back against something hard, but it felt like I was honestly resting on a cloud. It felt really good. I still can't really see much at the time, everything's gone kind of dark, but eventually I seem to sober up a little bit. You know, like when you suddenly become sober if you've been drinking for a while. It was almost like that feeling, but a bit accelerated. Though it suddenly becomes more intense, and I can start to hear things. It sounds like a campfire, and I think, wow, this is probably the best dream I've ever had. And I think, well, I want to head over there to warm myself up again. But that didn't happen, as I then see something standing in front of me. This kind of looked like a human, but with a really bald head and no clear distinctive features on their face. They're kind of grey in colour, and tall and slender like a pencil. I'm staring at this thing for probably 5 seconds and I have really warm feelings. Then suddenly, a flash appears and it's gone. Everything goes white now, and I'd say every second that passed, my vision becomes more and more clear as I start to make out more of my surroundings. It soon becomes apparent that I wasn't in my car anymore. I wasn't somewhere else, and everything just feels more relaxing, and I can hear voices around me which are making me panic. They're saying these weird things and I can hear somebody shouting, and then I come round a bit more. It's almost like somebody put a big filter onto my vision and I can only really see in tones of white until eventually colour reappears. I then see some blurry figures moving around. This must have been the sobering factor in my brain to wake me up now, and I realise that I'm at the scene of a crash, and a really big one, and I can see a fire, and the people standing around me are actually emergency workers. A few seconds later, boom, a big explosion sound, and my vision goes again for a second. I now fully wake up after about another 10 seconds, and I can see that something bad has happened. I go to stand up, but I literally cannot move. I go to move my left arm, and that too can't move. I've only got control of my right one, when I can see a paramedic saying, "You're okay, you're gonna be fine." I now look around, and I can see that there's some kind of fireball up ahead of me. There's burning embers everywhere, and there's two things mangled together. It's really odd. Again, I'm not exactly sure what to think of it, but I very slowly realised that I was in the crash, and that was my car, and it seems to have hit a big bit of wood or something. I can't really tell. Now from there, I eventually faint or whatever and just lose consciousness, and I wake up again in a recovery room with my dad and grandpa looking really worried. I can actually see tears in their eyes because of how scared they are. My grandpa then breaks the silence and says, "Son, we thought you weren't going to make it." They then fill me in and say that my car seems to have gone awry and somehow crashed into part of a tree that wasn't meant to be in the road. Somebody had either put it there or it fell there, or it was some kind of natural or man-made barrier. Apparently, and nobody can explain this, I was dragged away to safety by something. I wasn't able to move on my own, but something took me out of the car and placed me safely towards a tree, away from the fire. Now, I'm not someone who really believes in guardian angels or anything like that, but honestly, I don't know exactly what happened that day. Maybe I'd somehow done it under my own strength. I actually said this, but even the doctors disputed the possibility of this, so I know for certain that wasn't the case. So that leaves me with my question, what on earth saved me that day? I'd spent a while actually living off the grid. Not like I was doing it permanently, but it was at a time in between my college and when I really wanted to get away from a lot of things. Just, when you can't really think further than the day or week ahead, and there was always an assignment, always an exam or some other cruddy thing that I had to work on that I didn't want to. So this was rather infuriating for me, and it felt like I was never getting ahead on anything. It's like it was one issue after another. So I had a friend who was also really into camping and going outdoors, so I knew it'd be great for us to go off together and spend a bit of time out there. He wasn't studying like I was, but he had a few jobs that he wasn't particularly fond of. When you're in crossroads, it was one of those moments for him too. The good thing is about this guy is, we'd known each other for quite a number of years and he was quite similar to me. We'd actually go down to bars and drink just to let off steam in the months leading up to this, and it was clear that both of us really needed to just get away from everything and just have a nice reset, so that's what we did. So our plan was to spend a couple of months pretty much living off and on the grid. I mean, basically you'd go back when you needed supplies and stuff like that, but it was very exciting for both of us. We'd never really spent that long out there before, so this was cool. So we've got our supplies together and we're a couple weeks into this. Things were going good. I did realise though that I was starting to get bored more quickly than I thought I would, and so did my friend. This was something that neither of us actually anticipated, and kind of made me realise that I was more task orientated than I'd like to think. I didn't want to spend too long on my own out there, but having a friend definitely helped mitigate that. The problem is, after a while you've talked the worlds and there's only so much you can actually talk about. So now we're having a new issue of boredom, but the plan was working. We were becoming more and more free mentally, which was great. So now we actually start to look more actively for things to do, and just to see if there's anything that we could do differently. We're walking with all our gear and notice how heavy our bags are, and we actually start to jettison some of our supplies. It wasn't really a good idea, but I guess it is just nice, maybe thinking someone would pick up on these cans or stuff if they needed it. So we do this for a while, and we eventually decide that we're going to get into exploring abandoned things. Now where we live is close to the forest but not too far away from some urban settings, so that means that we're able to actually explore places if we want. There was one place that I always wanted to go to, which is an abandoned hospital. Now to get to it, there was a big fence that you had to crawl under, so we go up to here and leave our bags outside. Now at first everything felt good, but I ended up getting a scratch on myself and I was quite concerned it was going to grow infected. I put the stingy gel on, which I hated, which my friend had, and he patched me up pretty well. We now look kind of like military commanders, but as we got under the fence we couldn't believe how big and vast the place was. We weren't exactly sure what kind of hospital it was, but we think maybe it was a mental one, and we go in. Now, these things are absolutely massive and it's very easy to get lost, so because of that, we decided to not lose each other or get too far out of sight. When you've got these big old walls, you're not going to get very good signal on your phone, so we didn't want to be trapped out here like this. Also, we didn't know if others were in here too. So we started exploring level to level, and to be honest, there wasn't really too much to see. It was just interesting being in a setting like this and just having everything around you to be able to have a look at. It kind of made me think of the weird balance of how we've built up things within nature. And I guess technically this is still nature because it's man-made, but where do you draw the line? I was thinking more of philosophy and things when my friend suddenly tells me that, well, you see that? What's that light? And we both looked at each other confused as we can see someone standing by a fire in one of the rooms further down the corridor. It was a massive corridor and honestly really far away, but we want to figure out what this person is doing and why. We think stupidly, oh, maybe they've got an interesting story to share with us. We just thought that somehow maybe he was like us, which is kind of stupid to think. So we start to make our way down there. As we're doing so, I noticed something weird. The guy's silhouette doesn't seem to become more clearer. It's almost like the apparent lack of detail is becoming more and more evident and more creepy. So we eventually encroach upon where he is, and we can't see him. The fire's gone out, almost like somebody turned off a match. Now, we're not too far away from him, but something felt odd. You almost felt like a presence had vanished suddenly. So what do? I make my friend bravely go first as I step back, saying I'm going to watch for others. He takes a step forward and he says, "Yo, come here, man, you're not going to believe this." I say, "What?" "Come and look." There's absolutely nobody there. We then make eye contact for a second and both start running out of there. Now, because of where this guy gone, there is absolutely no possible reason that he should have just vanished like that. I didn't hear any footsteps or anything, but we both saw him there as clear as day. So where on earth did that guy go to? I know he didn't just vanish into thin air, but maybe he did. We eventually get back to our stuff and I felt so good actually being back with my set and on the other side of that fence. Now, this was definitely weird. We decided to chalk it up to us both being tired or something, but I don't know. It was definitely a weird thing to experience. So now, with that slowly fading out of mind, we're still struggling with the boredom issue, and there was one other place that we stumbled upon which seemed really weird. It was a very large church, which again had been abandoned for a little while. You know, it's like one of those where everything's kind of half in the ground. It was made out of stone and stuff, so it stood the test of time, and it's also surrounded by a cemetery. It literally covered all areas around it, which I thought was really weird, because that meant to get to the centre of it, you had to basically step over graves. So with that creepy factor in mind, we decided to start slowly getting closer and closer to this church. Now, we presume that maybe the cemetery was built after and that's why it was like that, but it was definitely odd. My body was starting to get freaked out as we get closer to this place, but I wasn't too bothered. The only issue that we're really facing now is that it's getting quite dark and there's potential for security or someone like that to show up. I doubted it though, because this place was clearly long abandoned, so that was definitely not going to be the case. We decide to venture in there as brave as we possibly can. Now, it doesn't take too long and my friend actually takes the lead as for some reason he suddenly becomes very brave. Though again, something felt odd here. My friend decides to go first and I go to explore one area. We had a good look around of everything, soon realising that it's pretty dark now. I realise there's lots of these statues made out of stone or something inside which look pretty scary. There was something about their eyes, I just didn't like it. Now, after exploring one particular area, I noticed something very strange. As I turned my back again, some of the statues has moved. Now, it wasn't too far, but they certainly had. because now one of those was literally blocking my path, and immediately I presumed that my friend's trying to be funny and was just playing a prank on me or something. I don't think too much of it and go off to another room and find him there. I decided not to mention it to him, and we both turned back now to head out. He said that he's getting a weird feeling about this place, and I think so too. As then, we've realised one of the statues has been moved to very close to where we are. We look at each other and both started laughing, saying, "Yeah, come on man." And within 2 moments, we both lock eyes again and realise that neither of us could have possibly moved them. My friend starts screaming, and we both start panicking, thinking that's the only way out. In my panic, I find another route out, and I grab my friend, and we both sprint out of there. Stupidly, we've left our bags near to where they are, but I've been the braver out of the two in this situation, sprint round and grab them both while looking at the ground. My friend then catches up quickly after, and we run out of there. Now we run for miles probably. Living off the grid really built up our fitness. Even while I recollect this story for you all now, I don't know how those statues could have moved on their own. Maybe there was someone there waiting for us, trying to scare us, but we didn't see a soul, and it just seemed so unlikely, the probability of somebody being miles away from civilization, playing some kind of weird trick on us. It just doesn't make sense to me. So how? That's what I don't. Now, many years ago, my grandpa told me a story, and it's something that I've never been able to forget. My grandpa worked as a forest worker for quite a while. He would basically have to survey the area every so often and just try and keep it in its tip-top condition. It was a really beautiful place that he worked in. Now, I'd always remember this story that he told me again and again over different years. It was impossible to forget. Now, unfortunately, my grandpa passed away not too long ago. Now, one thing that I absolutely didn't realise is that he had an entire written account of everything that he had told me in his own words. So now, today, I'd like to share this story with you. Now, I'd like to give you some backstory about my grandpa first before I actually start. Now, he was someone who was a very good, hard-working, honest guy. You'd never have any issues with him. I mean, if you ever heard that he was in an argument or something, then you knew for absolute certain that the other guy was probably in the wrong. He's just that kind of person. I mean, virtually everybody knew him. He also had this fantastic ability to remain completely calm and not panic in different situations. There's a lot of different characteristics of which he had that I now possess myself, and that I'm grateful for being able to watch him have and to be able to then eventually implement myself. I mean, really, I don't think I was half the man that he was at my best, but I tried to be, but even half is enough. Now, my grandpa was also somebody that would absolutely never lie. He just didn't have it in him. I mean, in any situation, he just wouldn't lie about things. It's just not the kind of person that he was. He lived some life too. He was actually drafted into parts of different wars, and it must have been difficult for him. He never actually told us exactly what happened during the wars. I just knew that it had an impact on him. And now, this story actually occurred to him before the wars too, so that puts out any doubt that it was related to PTSD or something from them. I do feel sorry for him though. I've been lucky enough to live a life where I've never had to be drafted or have anything like that happen to me so far. So now let me begin. Now, growing up in the same area and remaining there virtually his whole life, my grandpa eventually come to inherit a family home, and it's one that he'd always been on, so he didn't really know much different from it. So I'll now take the story from him and tell you exactly what he had wrote down. The first time this happened was when I was quite young. I don't know exactly how old I was, but I remembered that all throughout our villages there were reports of something strange in the forest. Apparently, People would wake up and hear scratching or knocking on the windows, then go outside and not see anything. You know, something else weird was there was all kinds of lights in the sky not too long after this would happen. A lot of us thought it was the apostles or God coming down to make us all repent for our sins or something. A lot of people were highly religious, but I wasn't myself, so it didn't bother me too much. Now, I remember coming home from school one day, and I had a long walk to get back. I had to go through different parts of the forest, and I was doing so with my friend Neil at the time. Neil was a good friend. We went to our first school together, and then our second one. We were kind of troublemakers every so often. We actually got kicked out of the first one for fighting within the space of a month of each other. But I guess our paths were supposed to cross again, because what you know, we ended up seeing each other again and our paths crossed. So we've always taken this walk back, and it was quite good just to have a talk about things. We would seemingly never run out of different things to speak to each other about, and that made it really good. I remembered that on this particular day, it was honestly exceptionally cold. I mean, far more cold than I'd realised it had been at any other time, and it didn't feel very nice. It just kind of sucked walking home. I mean, cars weren't really a thing as much back then, so that wasn't an option. My family didn't have much money, so obviously that was out of the question, but it meant more bonding time for me and my buddy. So we get to walking, and my buddy constantly looks behind himself. I start making fun of him and touching the other side of his shoulder, causing him to turn round and jump at times. He says, "Come on, knock it off." I say what's wrong, and he says, "I just feel like there's something here." I started laughing at him, saying, "Yeah, watch out, we're never going to be found again." He says, "No, knock it off." And we keep walking. Now, as we're walking, we do notice something very strange. Up in the sky, there's some kind of spinning object. It looks like a silver pan or something, just floating there. And it's got some lights on it too. I don't know what kind of lights they are, but they kind of glow like it's from a bushfire or something. And there's different colours, which is weird. I've never seen a bushfire like this. It's orange and purple and green. Maybe it's some kind of chemical that we hadn't learnt about. We start to think maybe it's something from our government. We're just really confused and just stood there for a while. Now, after standing there for probably about 20 minutes, we decide to keep moving. The only reason for that though really is because of how cold we both feel now. We know that we have to keep on going, but that thing doesn't move. Weirdly, we see it starting to drop down slowly further and further into the tree line. Now the good thing is, on this part of the walk we're actually going downhill, so it's now going to be a lot easier for us to just get to wherever this thing is, and that's what we decide to do. It's kind of close to some water, but lands just off in the ridgeline. I start to get a little bit shaken up now and tell Neil that we shouldn't investigate, and he says, "You know what, you're right. But we have to keep on heading in this direction anyway." It seems like the further downhill we go, the more confident that we both become that we're going to be able to actually be alright if we investigate whatever this is. So now, I continue on with my friend, and we're both getting more and more confident, until eventually, he says it, "Come on man, let's just go." I say, "Yeah, let's do it." And we start walking towards this thing. There was also a smell. It kind of smelled like lead or copper. I don't know what it is. Or maybe some coins, but there was definitely something in the air. I actually think that I've got a nosebleed, and I go to touch my face, but my buddy says, "Yeah, I've got the same thing." Weirdly, I did actually pick up a nosebleed not too long after, and my friend did too, which is really weird. We can never tell exactly if it was because of our noses bleeding or what. We thought maybe it was a cold, but it was weird. It was like there was a smell of metal long before the actual blood come, which was really strange. But we keep on going anyway. We're probably walking blindly into danger, but we're just curious as to what this is. Now we walk for quite a long time, and we honestly don't ever seem to be getting any closer to this, and we're both getting frustrated. We've kind of walked a bit further than we're supposed to now, trying to find this thing, and it's starting to get a little bit more dark. It's cold, and while walking through the trees, now off of the path, I actually got all moss and stuff stuck on my hands, and I really hate that stuff. I spend a while trying to brush it off myself, but my friend stops me and says, "Hey, look, I see it." I say, "What'd you see?" and he doesn't say anything. I'm kind of annoyed actually because I really can't see a thing, but he says, "No, look." And there we can see it. Just for maybe 1 or 2 seconds, there's something in the sky, not too far from where we're standing, and then there's a bright flash and this thing is gone. We stood there completely confused and baffled as to what just happened. It was like the thing just disappeared, and we start to think that we've scared it off somehow. It's a really odd experience, and I eventually go back with my friend and we forget about it. Now fast forward a few years, not much has happened since then, and that thing was long gone out of my mind. I had to work straight away after school had finished anyway, so I guess that I kind of got preoccupied with other things. But I was going through the same woods again. Now like I said, my family didn't have too much money. All of my money basically had to support the family, not get other things, and I didn't have an issue walking. Now one day I was walking home from work, just like any other day, excited for supper that my mum would have made for me. Now as I'm walking, I hear a strange sound. I really don't know how that I can describe it, other than like maybe something smashing up, like if you had a big strong hammer and it was metal, almost like you're trying to forge something. Maybe like the workers in the mill were used to, I don't know. And then, boom, an explosion. Now the shockwave made me jump, and then there's some kind of strange sound afterwards. It sounds like an animal, but not like one that I've ever heard of before. And I was curious, as I can see something smouldering not too far away. It was weird, and I really don't know what it was. So I start walking up now, trying to get to the exact source of whatever this is that's just crashed. For a second I think I see something and panic, but then I remember that I'm alone out here and I haven't seen anyone, so I start to settle down a bit. There was something that was kind of drawing me to this thing, kind of like the same feeling I had before that time with my buddy, just like there's something interesting out there and I've kind of got to go and figure out what it is. I don't know what it was exactly and I don't know how to describe it, but I just had to go out there. Now this time it was raining a lot and I couldn't move so quick. There was leaves and stuff all over the floor. I don't have anything to keep the rain off myself, but I wasn't too bothered. All of the trees are quite tall here, so it's really helping keep the water off me. So I just continue on. Now this part of the forest honestly closely resembled a jungle more than it did the area that I lived in. There was just so many trees and things everywhere that it made it hard to see up ahead. Now I'm walking and I realise that a tree really looks like the silhouette of somebody. It kind of resembled that of some kind of ape or something. I don't know. But I start walking further and I realise that it's just in my head. I think, gosh, there's definitely something up here. I just don't know exactly what it could be. As I get closer, it kind of looks like a knight almost, with some kind of cloak on or something. But it was just a tree. That's how thick and dense a forest is up here. I really can't see much of anything. Now I'm walking up and down these hills in kind of like big zigzag, weird patterns. It's the only way that you could go up it like you're a billy goat or something, so I keep doing so. This means that it's going to take a while before I find out what this is. I did think it was odd how that it was raining and it still seemed to be on fire potentially, and then I see it. It's kind of like a blue-purple hue, similar to what I've seen before, but I just can't place my finger on it. Why does this feel so familiar when I've clearly never seen this before? And then I realised that this is just like the colours of that thing I'd seen in the sky, the big pan with my friend before. I think, no, it can't be. Surely this isn't the same thing that I saw all those years ago. But it seems to be. So I keep on going. This time I want to figure out what it is. I was a bit bigger now, so I felt like I didn't have so much to be scared of like I did when I was a bit younger. I mean, why not just figure this thing out? Why not just be the guy that managed to do something? So that's what I do. I keep on heading up there. It was weirdly quiet though. I've never heard the place so still. It was almost like, you know, when one of the big predators comes and everything else stops? Yeah, it was just like that. I only had that experience a few other times while hunting out with me old man. But it's something I hadn't had for a long while, so it definitely felt odd. Now I get closer, and I can hear something. It almost sounded like somebody rang a bell and put it right next to my head just to annoy me. Now it seems like the further I walk, the more it goes on. It was quite high in its tone, and I wondered whether there was actually something here if I just knocked my head or something. You know, like if you get hit really hard, you can have like a ringing in your ears, like the bell sound. Well, it's kind of similar to that, but just different. Now it doesn't stop, but eventually it's something that I become completely used to. It sounds like it's pressurized now, and I wonder what it is. I wonder if this thing, whatever it is that's exploded, is actually leaking some kind of gas in the air, and I wonder if it's going to explode like dynamite. Well, I better find out. And then I can see something odd. Further down up ahead of me, there's something glowing but moving. Whatever this thing is, it's a very bright green colour. It almost hurt my eyes to look at, which is really strange, and it looks like the fire's moving. Now this has gone on for a little while, and it doesn't move much, until suddenly, it seems to be getting a little bit bigger and bigger. It's so bright that I can actually see it behind the trees now. Now that's when I can finally get a better look once my eyes have adjusted to how bright this thing is. It's not as bright as the sun, but it's probably double or triple a normal moonlight, so it's quite powerful. Then, I can make out more of it. It kind of looks like it's almost bulb shaped. The core is white and the outside is green. I'm really confused by what this is, and it then gets gradually closer and closer ever so slowly. I then realise that this thing is a little bit tall, taller than I am for sure. And it seems to be kind of crawling forwards. I can't see arms or anything, but it's definitely got a very pale coloured face, and it almost looks like it's smiling. It was really scary. That's when I stopped for even longer, trying to figure out if this is on its own or not. I don't see much else, so I try not to panic and just sit there waiting. After about 5 or so minutes have now passed, I now realise that this thing, whatever it is coming towards me, and it's high time that I turn around and get out of there. It looked crazy. It looked like it was out of a comic or something, the way that it was moving towards me. I could just see this burning stuff and some embers behind it, but it doesn't seem phased at all. And the sound, it hasn't stopped. So now, I decide that I've seen enough, and I start heading back in the direction that I've come from. I wasn't too bothered though. The only thing that's really bothering me is the fact that I've got shorts on. I don't know what that thing is. I don't think anybody's ever seen anything like it. Maybe it was the enemy had got here and invaded us or something, and they just put their weapon on us. I don't know. I was ready to join the military if it was needed, but that come later. So I just casually make my way back, and I still can't get the ringing out my ears. I ended up hitting my head a few times trying to see if I could dislodge it. I thought maybe it was water or something from a creek, I wasn't sure. But it doesn't really subside. It just seems to get gradually more and more quiet the further that I walk towards where I need to be. And I think, well, that would teach me for exploring when I shouldn't have. So eventually I get back home. Everything's normal for a couple of days, and I hear a few of the guys at work talking about it. They're like, hey, do you see that thing in the sky? Yeah, it was crazy. Don't know what it is. It's like one of those big helium balloon things. You know the things in the sky that are silver? But he says, no, this thing was different. I don't know what this was. I then say, guys, what are you talking about? And they say, didn't you hear about it? Everybody saw that thing in the sky that night, and it just kind of crashed, bang, hit the ground real hard. Now, I open my mouth to speak, and I decide to not speak in the last second. I thought, you know what, I don't want to be the town idiot. I've just got this job and I could lose it over something like this. So I say, that's really weird. The more I'm hearing him talk about it, the more I realise that whatever I saw was probably that. I was probably the closest that anybody ever got to whatever this thing is, and I don't know what it is. I didn't really want to tell my mum or dad too, or even my brother, because they're all quite religious and I know that they're going to take me to the church, and I already have to do that enough and I don't like it. To them it's probably some kind of monster or demon from the gates of hell coming to get me for not living a good life. But I don't know, I just can't be bothered with it. So I decide that, well, that was that, and I forgot about it. See, a lot was happening in my life, so I seemed to be forgetting about things quite quickly. But, as always, there was more to come. And this is where it gets a bit more weird. Now, not too much longer after that happened, my brother keeps on getting this recurring nightmare. He wasn't that young too, but he would wake up literally screaming in the night. It was really scary. I mean, we'd all rush in and say, "What's wrong?" And he'd say, "Look, there was something in the window. There was something in the window." We asked him to describe it and he said, well, it was all white but kind of glowing green at the edges. He said it looked like a skeleton from the cemetery, but he couldn't be too sure because he was so scared. Now this happened a few times. I asked him, where did the head come up on your window? And he said, well, it come up pretty high. It would have made that thing about 8 feet tall. I thought, wow, this is actually really weird. I said to him, do you not think it's anybody holding up a lantern? He said, no, of course not, and hit me. We actually started almost a fight then, and then eventually my mum and dad broke it up, saying, come on, stop. He says, you know what, if you're so brave, then why don't you live there? Why don't you stay in my room and I'll stay in yours? I said, fine. I'm no coward like my brother is. I'm not going to play possum if I see something there. I'm ready to fight it. I've got a rifle too, so I can go take that thing down. Also, I've got myself a flashlight now. Yeah, what's that thing gonna do? So, I start to relax a bit more. So there I am, really confident, heading into my brother's room, not worried about a thing. Now this actually went on for a while because we ended up forgetting to go back to our subsequential rooms and just stayed there. I kind of made it my home. I mean, all my possessions were in the living room basically, so it didn't matter. And I just basically started bullying my brother about how much of a coward he was and how that he weren't half the man I was. So, taking up my offer, or should I say insult, he decides that he's going to go out there and look for it. He does this alone for a while, but eventually I decide to join him. I then decide to tell him about the things that I've seen before because he said to me, you know what, have you ever had anything weird happen? I say, well, yeah, a few things. As we're patrolling the perimeter of our property, we had to defend it too because this could have been anyone. So while doing so, I explain my story and he looks at me odd. He says, you know what, that thing you talk about kind of sounds like the thing that I had seen. I'm pretty doubtful that I've seen that. It's probably nothing, man. You're probably just tired. But he says, no, it was weird. Well, anyway, we head back in without finding much of anything, and I drift off to sleep. So then, I wake up to some kind of tapping sound. Don't know what it is, but it jolts me up as I suddenly realise my duty and what I'm doing. I quickly get up and grab the light. I don't turn it on, as I look around trying to see where did it come from. I can't see much of anything until then. I lock eyes or faces with something. It's that glowing thingy again. That demon, it's there. I say, God, what's that? I say, hey, and I turn on the flashlight, and for some reason, the second the beam hit this thing's face, it kind of starts to run off. I could actually see where it was going because for a little while afterwards, in each step, there was some kind of glowing stuff which was green on the floor. I say, come on. I go to rouse up my brother, but he's too tired for this. And he's trying to get up quickly, but I say, come on, follow me. As I grab my rifle and some tape and my light, and I quickly tape this onto the rifle so I can see what I'm doing and shoot. I think I'm gonna get me this kill. I've had enough of this, and I've decided that I'm gonna go for it and start hunting it. Wow, this thing moved fast. Boy, I don't even know if I can keep up with it. I quickly follow where I can see the glowing embery things on the floor. It's more like goo the closer I get to it. It probably lasts for about a minute, but it's just enough to leave a trail to figure out where I'm going. The weirdest thing ever is that maybe it caught on fire, or I don't know. Every time that my torch actually goes over to this thing, or where it was, it kind of glows, which is really weird. I don't know if it's starting to set alight or what it is. They're not candles and they're not torches themselves, so I don't know what it is. But I can't figure out where this thing is. I ended up realising that my brother's come behind me and I almost shot him. It'd probably have been a good thing some days, but I scream at him. I was like, why didn't you tell me you're coming? He says, relax, just go. And we constantly follow this thing. My brother's got himself a pan, I don't know why. He's ready to whack that thing over the head, and so am I. And we start chasing even more. That's when we round a corner, and we can see it. That thing's just sitting there. It's crouched down like it's injured. I scream out to it, who are you? What are you doing on our land? And I let off a shot close to its head. That's when that thing stood up. With every inch it grew in height, I start to tremble a bit more. That thing was massive. It was almost as big as one of the little trees we have on our yard. It was about 8.5 feet tall. It turned around, still glowing not very much, and that's when I hear a whistle sound. Well, I was so scared that I actually dropped the rifle and start sprinting with my brother in complete synchrony, and we start running back the way that we come, with our actual path still guided by the glowing embers of whatever that thing left on the ground. I can hear it, my brother screams as we realise that this thing has started chasing us. My brother starts tearing up. I say, come on, snap out of it, and I start screaming for my dad. We eventually get back into the house and slam the door behind us, and somehow my dad was asleep still, but my mum wakes him up. We say, there's something out there. It's got the gun. My dad quickly breaks out his shotgun, and all three of us head out now. Maybe it was like the tribe mentality, but I felt a lot more confident now, and so did my brother. And we actually start running towards where that we'd seen it. But we get there, and we can see the glow of my torch and my rifle. I say, yes, this is it. We had a look round everywhere, but can't see a thing. I then hesitantly and slowly start going further towards it. Then I'm able to pick up my rifle and just pan the torch around, but again, I can't see a thing. We ended up staying out there for probably another good hour or two, until eventually my dad says, alright boys, let's head back. Must have scared him off, whoever it was. Then I say, but Dad, this wasn't a person, this was a thing. My brother goes, yeah, it wasn't. He says, come on, that's enough now, and let's head back. And that was the last that I ever saw of it. Still don't know what it was, or if it was somebody out there messing with us, but it seems a bit far-fetched to me. I've never seen it since, but I'm always left wondering, am I going to encounter it again, and will I be alone like the other time? I hope not. In May 1985, my friend and I were returning to the United States after we had spent a week wandering and camping in Canada. We are both female. Being 20 years old, we had scarce any money, and we had just spent the last of it on gas, so we needed to make it home. We drove into the night late. By 1 AM we have a few more hours left. We were travelling south on Route 84 to Illinois. My friend was driving and we're having a great time. We chatted up a storm as we made our way down the little 2-lane highway. It's probably a scenic road by day, but at night everything is pitch black. Suddenly, a shape appeared at the very edge of our headlights. It looked like a log was laying on the opposite lane. As we get closer, the log turns out to be the legs of a man sitting on the highway. As we got even closer, we could see that the man was sitting on the solid white line of the opposite lane, Leg's just sitting there out on the highway like he's waiting for cars to come. We slow down, swerving towards him. We said a few things like, I wonder if he needs help, why is he laying there? The headlights completely illuminate him as we drive towards him. He sat face down on the opposite side of the road, so we were looking at him in profile. He's wearing a brown suit, brown shoes and a brown hat, his arms hung down by his side. At first he didn't even acknowledge us or move in any way. We just stare at him in silence. Suddenly though, he jerked his face towards us. His eyes were glowing red, his mouth open and twisted in a snarl. We were completely terrified. I should mention that to my friend's credit, she doesn't panic and actually swerves out of the way, reacting very quickly, punching the gas, making a getaway. As we've actually sped away, we both turned to have a look at the face out the back of the window, but we can't see too well in the darkness. But I couldn't shake the feeling of the wrongness, like we stumbled across something we weren't supposed to see. It looked like a person, but those eyes were glowing and not human. Now, today I'd like to share my story that happened quite a number of years ago, though the feelings have never really left me. I'm somebody who spent a lot of time working out in nature. I was a park ranger, so I'd always done things outside. I mean, not just while I was at work, but for other reasons too. I remembered I had some friends that were really begging me to go out to the desert with them. I had this best friend called John, and he was the one who was the most up for it. He kept on telling me about all of these crazy experiences that he had out in this particular area of the desert. He said that he would see these people, well, he kind of describes them as some kind of beings or something, and I don't know, it was linked to UFOs and things, and I'm actually sure that I saw a UFO once. I was on top of one of our towers that you use for lookouts, and I saw a light in the sky that almost appeared red then purple, then suddenly split off in 4 different directions with different sections of it going the different ways. So yeah, I was kind of up for this. I was a little skeptical. I mean, even though I'd seen a UFO, I didn't really trust my eyes, and being out there and being so bored at times, I guess your mind plays tricks on you. But this friend John kept on and on going on about it, and eventually I decided to agree. He said it was kind of like a spiritual place that you could go to, and pretty much you'd be able to talk through all of your problems with these beings and that everything would be okay. Now, don't ask me why I actually agreed to do this. I don't know, I guess I wasn't thinking at the time. I'm not someone who really gives into peer pressure too. He'd actually been going on about this for ages, and I don't know, I felt bad for always saying no, so we set out on one particular day. We parked up and made sure that we have all of our water with us, and we set off. Now, we had some camping gear with us, so we're going to be okay as long as the water didn't run too low. We decided that we'd never go far from where we parked, so that way we can always go back and get more supplies if we really need them. So with that, off we went. Now, the first area that we're going in, you can see lots of different tire tracks, and apparently, according to John, this wasn't good because it meant other people would be around, but he told me not to worry too much about this. The area that we're in is actually pretty nice. We're kind of flanked by hills, and there's kind of like a mountainy part up ahead of us. It looks really cool though, to be honest. And we continue on our hike. Now, John's actually a really good friend, and he's genuinely one of the only people that actually understands me and is very similar with me in life. We have had a few arguments, but just over silly things, and I guess this guy was more of a brother than my actual brother to me at times. Now, that meant we would talk about everything. Often it was about relationships and other things that had went wrong in our lives before, and the more we spoke, I guess the more that we realised we're similar. And again, I didn't actually know just how similar we were. I mean, heck, it was pretty unbelievable, but I won't share too many details here about that, just because it kind of goes into some of the darkness that we both seem to experience somehow at the same time, almost living opposite lives, but parallel emotionally. So we talk through everything, and he says that we're not too far from where we need to get to, and that's when we encounter the first group of people. Now, they do seem a little bit weird at first. John also seems a little bit hesitant, but he ends up going up to them and starts talking. It turns out that they're here for the same reason, and although they seem a little bit weird, we decide to try and talk to them. I wasn't sure if one of them was on something, but he just seemed too talkative. They tell us that they've got something they want us to drink, and apparently they made some nice bush tea for us. Who was I to say no, and I end up drinking it. We exchange a couple of snacks, and it was actually a really good time. Now, we'd been with these guys for quite a while and eventually decided that it's time to leave them and go on. Now, we continue on our way, and you can actually see that the path is marked by different rocks that people have put there, so we know that we're not going anywhere too dangerous or anything. My friend John constantly reminds me to drink lots of water, and I keep doing so. I seem to get a headache now, which I really can't fend off for some reason. I have pretty sensitive eyes though. I can't even look at the ground when it's bright without sunglasses, without my eyes being strained. I also get this weird thing where I kind of see like flashy lights or something, but I know what it is. It's not a migraine, but I guess it's just my eyes going weird. Sometimes I'll see a strange bright colour too, but I guess that doesn't matter too much. We come up to one part of the hike where there's quite a big drop on the left hand side of us. If we're going to fall now, we're going to be in trouble, so we really try our best to avoid this. My friend then says that we haven't got too much further to go before we get to the people, and that's when we encounter some rangers. That's really odd, I think. There shouldn't be any rangers up here whatsoever. I don't know what they're doing, and we just say hi, and don't really think much of it and just keep going. They seem a little odd, but I wasn't paying too much attention. That's when my buddy John says, "Did you notice something?" I say, "No, what's that?" He says, "Well, those guys looked almost exactly the same as each other, and I don't know, something just felt really off about them. I didn't really notice it, but trying to think of it, it almost felt like they didn't have much of a facial expression, almost like they were wearing a rubber mask, but I can't really tell." They eventually go off a little bit further, and we don't think too much of it as they slowly go out of sight. I then explain that I've heard about some twins who become park rangers in an area not far from where I was working at the time, and that, yeah, it's just basically a normal thing that you will get stuff like this. You know, you get families who are raised in the outdoors like me, and that's what the families want to do, jobs like ours. And my buddy John tells me not to worry too much and makes a joke out of it, and I tell him, "Hey, I'm not the one worried here," and we press on. Now my friend keeps on talking to me about this thing and how great it's going to be, and eventually we set up the tents. We do this, and I keep on slamming my water. One thing that's weird is that I haven't really had the urge to urinate too much yet. Usually I'll be going like every 10 seconds almost, but I don't really feel the urge to. I guess it was hot, but the weird thing is it's not really too hot now. There's kind of an overcast in the clouds, and it means that it's not really warm, it's actually a little bit cold. But John says, "Hey, come on man, we've got to go up to this before sundown, because this hill is where you're going to see it." Now I was either convinced that he was just off his head, or there were actually aliens here. We're nowhere near Roswell, so it wasn't anything like that, but I don't know, I've given him the benefit of the doubt. Talking to this friend though was honestly like a therapy in itself. It was almost like the ideas that I had, my friend could give me, and the ideas that he had, he could give me, and it would kind of complete each other. Not in a weird way, but just kind of like a nice bond and friendship. So yeah, it's getting a little bit dark, and I keep telling my buddy that we have to remember where the tent is because we're not going to see it. My friend doesn't take much notice of me and keeps on going. Now, he says that he's going to continue on, but I say that I feel like I need to stop for a bit. I don't know why, but suddenly the headache becomes absolutely overwhelming. Now, my friend continues on and I just let him go. Now I feel extremely tired suddenly and I don't want to sleep, but you know when you try and lay on your side and not sleep, you know what happens? Yeah, you end up sleeping. Now that was exactly what happened to me. I managed to wake myself up a couple of times, but I kind of drift off again. It's almost like I've got an alarm clock in my head, but I permanently had it on snooze and I wake up again. When I woke up, I felt like I'd slept for ages and almost like I'd had the best night's sleep of my life, but everything felt different now. I get up and look at the sky, and it's kind of got like an orange hue to it, and I continue on the trail and try and find where my friend is. For some reason when I wake up, I suddenly feel much more peaceful. I wasn't concerned about finding my friend and I presumed that he just left me there to sleep and went back to the tent, so I decided to go on myself. I drank quite a lot of water again and I was actually running out in my first tank, which is surprising. Again, no urge to urinate, which I think is really weird, but I keep going. Now as I'm walking, I can hear a strange humming. It was almost like a kind of energy is the best way I can describe it. I wasn't entirely sure what it was, but I knew I should keep going and I thought maybe just maybe this is what John was telling me about. And I thought in the back of my head, maybe this is him up here making those sounds. I decided to continue and I make it a bit further now. The guy's actually quite tough here and the terrain's quite rocky now. I'm not too happy about this because I keep on whacking my shins when I'm trying to go up this thing. And also I keep getting little branches and things that are cutting up my ankles. But for some reason I'm not too bothered by this, and that's weird too because usually I'm really worried. As I get higher and higher up, I realise something weird now. I seem to be talking to myself in my head kind of far too much. It's quite weird. It goes from very positive to suddenly very negative, and it keeps on switching between the two. And that's when I realise that something's different about the sky. The colours seem off and the sky just seems far too bright. Now, I think this is really bizarre, but nothing too much to worry about. Again, I wasn't really thinking straight at this time. Now, I end up just walking and walking and I don't necessarily have a destination in mind. I don't know how far I was gone for, but I see my buddy up ahead of me. At least I think it's John. I say, John, John, and he keeps on walking and rounds a corner. I think, God, you're such an idiot. My foot was starting to hurt now and I can't be bothered to walk quicker, but I practically force myself to power up towards him. I eventually make it there and I realise something strange. He's just vanished. I try and figure out where that he's actually gone to and I walk up the hill and look over it and there he is again. John! John, I scream out, but he doesn't listen. What's weird is that he just keeps on and on walking, but he seems to be far too far away from me. Even if he sprinted down this hill, he shouldn't have been able to get this far, and I suddenly realise I can't see him any longer. I think this is odd and I look around, and suddenly I've realised that there's a few more people around. There's quite a lot up on a ridge and they're all waving at me trying to get me to come over to them. I can see that they brought some kind of dirt bike with them and I put my hand on it, but I decide to leave it because it's theirs. I think that this is a group that we've seen earlier, so I start to go further and further. And my God, do I have a bad migraine or something because my eyes are going a bit funny. I'm kind of seeing the weird colours again, but my vision's definitely a bit off now. I try not to think too much of it, and I reach down and realise that there's all water over my hand. I quickly start slapping around trying to figure out where the source of it's from, and notice how cold my hand is, when I realise that suddenly my hand isn't wet and it's in my head. I'm not aware that something's off at this point, and I just thought it was lucky that there's no water here. I then open up my bag and start drinking, and I realise that the heavens have opened up now. There's rain falling all around me, and it feels quite nice to be out of the desert sun. Now, I eventually make it up to the hill where all the people are waving, and it seems like they're being very friendly to me, saying good things and encouraging me. I stop to get a bit of breath and rest my legs for a few moments, and I say, "Hey guys, wait for me, I won't be long." And that's when I realise that my vision's gone a bit weird. It almost feels like I'm going backwards now, but I'm not. I take a few deep breaths and I become very, very conscious of my breathing and the rain around me. This calms me a lot, and I think the deep breathing did me some good. And I'll continue on and make sure that I can see my new friends at the top of the hill. There seems to be less and less of them now, and I eventually make it all the way up there. Now when I get to the very top, suddenly something changes. It's almost like they've all just appeared around me suddenly, but as I look at them, their faces seem off, and I suddenly notice that there's something very inhuman about them. Now, their faces look much more scary, and suddenly they morph into some kind of dark figures which tower over me. I mean, it starts off with about my height until they're about 2 or 3 times taller, and suddenly they surround me. But for whatever reason, I don't feel afraid and I don't feel scared of anything. I kind of notice that they're around me, and because I can't see now, I kind of lose my balance and fall over for a second. When I fall over, I'm staring back up at the sky now. I don't feel any pain or anything, but I can see lightning bolts all around me, and the rain picks up a lot more. I wiped my eyes trying to figure out what was happening when I eventually managed to get myself up off the ground again. I'm looking around and the figures are gone. I think, my god, did I encounter them? Was that it? What did I get out of this? Did I learn anything? Did I see anything? Are they actually there? And I think that this can't necessarily be anything that I actually believe's there. And I decide that I should keep looking for John. It suddenly clicks again. Now, that's when I start to get a bit scared. I have a sudden feeling of panic, and the more that I panic, the worse I feel, and I start picking up the pace more and more. And I start to see these beings again. These are different from the ones that I've seen earlier, and they seem a lot more malicious and malevolent. The further I go, the closer they seem to come towards me. It gets to a point where I honestly feel like there's an army of them behind me, and I don't dare look around. I'm not sure how long this went on for with this weird feeling of being followed, but my god, it must have been a long time. And I can tell you that I did not feel good during 1 second of it. I was trying to loop my way back round to where the tent should be, but to be honest, I had no idea of where I was going. Now, as you can imagine, this is incredibly dangerous out in the desert, especially if you're on your own, but I wasn't thinking of that. I remember eventually I was able to stop and turn around, and they're gone again. I look up in the sky for UFOs, and the stars seem to be too bright, and there seems to be too many of them. I wipe my eyes and it's rain again. I realise something's definitely off now. I start trying to hit my head, not hard, just enough to make sure I'm awake, but yes, I am. Now suddenly things seem to go straight back to normal. The raining stopped now, which I'm pretty happy about, and I continue now, but I'm no longer on the path. I'm going towards some kind of darker area now, where the sun seems to be far from me. I get here and I feel like I'm on a barren wasteland, and I call out for John. All I'm met with is echoes, and I'm convinced that he's back in the tent. I say, "John, you better be in that tent and I better find you there." And I start trying to go downhill now, and that's when I fall. I don't know how it happened, but I can only imagine that my foot got snagged on a rock, and I actually fall quite a bit down, tumbling. I fall asleep again, and now I wake up and John is prodding me. At least I think it's John. I say, "John, what are you doing?" confused as to who it is, and that's when I see it. One of the dark beings has found me, and there's a sea of stars behind him, and he takes me by my hand and lifts me up. Now, as he's lifting me up, I realise that I'm in some kind of different area again to where I thought I was. For some reason, this being seems a lot more friendly than the others, and seems to be guiding me away from wherever I was before. I look back and I can see the army of the others once again, and this thing just demands without saying anything that I look forward, and that's exactly what I do. Now, I keep going down pretty treacherous terrain, but this thing seems to be really helping me get through. Now, as weird as it sounds, I was pretty much having a full-on conversation with this thing in my head. It spoke in almost like a hushed tone, but kind of with more reverberation. It was like every time that it spoke, I would hear things and feel it through my body. I was asking where we were going and it said to safety, and I kept asking what's happening and it kept saying don't worry, don't worry. Now I'm not sure when it happened, but this being, whatever it is, left me, and it was up to me to continue the rest of the journey. I look around and it's much further away now, pointing, trying to usher me to go forwards, and I follow it. I'm now walking pretty close to some kind of crevasse or something. Almost like a very, very small Grand Canyon's probably the best way that I can describe it, but maybe not grand because of how small it is. Again, I'm going on a pretty sheer rock face, and how I don't fall at this point is beyond me. I know that my fall was definitely real though because of the blood on my white socks. Now, it doesn't take too much longer, and a miracle happens. I can see the tent, and it's where it should be, and I can see the silhouette of something or someone in it. Is it my friend? What is it, I think to myself. Now, I'm pretty much glued to the spot, and I've realised that I've been asking myself this over and over again in my head for God knows how long, until eventually I decide that I've got to will myself forward, and it's almost like I've got to will one foot ahead of the other. I eventually make it there and open the tent, and John's there. I say, "John, what are you doing?" He says, "Hi, you're back. I was getting worried about you." I say, "What do you mean?" He said, "I thought you said you were going to come back soon and we're going to take a leak." I say, "I didn't say that. You were just going up the hill." And he looks at me very confused. I then tell him about the beings, and he tells me that he saw some too, but he wasn't sure what to think of it, because he was quite tired and thought it was a dream. He then tells me that he thinks what he saw was me, and called out but I didn't reply, so he told me to meet me back at the tent, and he fell asleep. I decided not to tell him exactly what I'd seen, and I ended up crashing out. Now I woke up again the next morning, and my god did I feel terrible. My body felt like absolute crud, and I decided the best thing to do is slam lots of water. I feel a lot better, and suddenly my heart starts pounding. Suddenly, all of my senses come flooding back to me, and the fear, this terrible fear of realising what had happened the night before, comes back to me. I let out a loud gasp and grab my friend John, who is still sleeping. I shake him awake, and it looks like he's just seen a ghost because of the way that I've awoken him. I then explain everything that happened to him, and that's when it hits us. Something was definitely off last night. I explain my story, and he then tells me his, and we weirdly both describe the beings as being almost exactly the same as each other, and we have this horrible feeling of dread, like something's really off. My friend John now realises that he definitely didn't understand what actually happened to me, and that it's weird because we have different stories of how we lost each other. We decide that we need to go back and make sure that we stay nice and hydrated because we're going to move quick, and we quickly pack up the things. Now, I can't describe to you the feeling of dread that I had when I packed up everything and I start heading back with John. I was absolutely convinced that it was paramount that we were about to be followed by those beings. Now, I have to tell you, in this moment, it was so real. What I'd seen and experienced is truly like nothing else I've ever seen on Earth before. And I don't know, in the moment I was kind of in this trance, so I just guess I went along with it. I remembered every time that I'd see a bush or tree that was darker than the rest, I almost had a mini heart attack. But I kept going, I didn't have a choice. The weird thing is too that the landscape all looked different from the way we'd come in. Luckily though, John knew the way, and eventually we make it back to the rocks which had been put there by others to mark the way. Now neither of us say anything. We're both very paranoid and constantly looking around, trying to see if there's anything there or any kind of explanation for what we'd just seen. We start talking a bit, and that's the more scared we get, the more we try and match up what had happened. Now, eventually we do make it back, and my god, getting back to being inside a vehicle was probably the best feeling in the world. I was actually so shaken up that I couldn't drive though, and I just had to lock the doors and just lay in the seat for a while, trying to think of what had happened. Had we been drugged? My buddy John then says that he thinks that we were probably drugged and that those guys probably spiked us with something that we ate or drank. He said it sounded like a weird drug that he had heard about before that can make you hallucinate, and apparently the plant for it and seeds are actually quite common in nature, and he thinks they probably got it from here and thought it'd be funny to do it and not tell us. I was convinced of the same thing because the whole thing just felt so weird. God, how could they be so evil to us? I mean, we literally could have died. We could have ended up like those hikers who went out into the wilderness and just disappeared. What really worried me is the fact that we got separated out here, completely out of our minds, both of us. Now, anything could have happened to me. I checked for bruises and I didn't have a headache or anything, but I could have easily hit my head and got brain bleeding or something. I don't know, it's just too easy to happen out here. But the thing that neither of us understand is, how do we get back? We both agree that we're probably miles away from each other at some point, because at the very least, we should have heard each other screaming out, but we didn't hear a thing. And the rest of the drive back was a pretty weird one. This is when the both of us discovered that we had also seen the rain before, but the area around us didn't seem to be too wet. I mean, yeah, it is a desert, so it could have just evaporated, but I don't know. It just felt a little bit different somehow. And eventually we get back. Now we make it to John's mum's house, and John's mum says, God, you guys must have seen it. Surely you guys seen it. Tell me you did. It was right where you guys were staying. We look at each other very concerned. Was this the first that the beings had been actually reported or what? And his mum then says, did you see the UFO? I saw it. So many of our neighbours saw it. I say, what do you mean? Getting a little bit angry. She says, the UFO. So many of us saw it. Those weird flashing lights in the sky. It was almost like a big triangle with red glowing orbs under it. It went over to roughly where you guys were staying in the desert. Then a few more appeared, and it was there in the same place for about a good half an hour. My heart drops now. Apparently it was accompanied by a quick storm, and suddenly they just shot off, never to be seen again that night. Apparently hundreds of people had all seen the same thing, and the timeline pretty much matched up to when we got over there. Now, me and John looked at each other, and we went off into his room and sat down for a while. We made some tea, and just kind of stared at each other, not knowing what to say. Now, it's been quite a while since this experience, and I don't know, I could have very easily been drugged with my friend, but the fact that a lot of what we had seen matched up with each other, and the other fact that so many people had seen something in the sky that night exactly where we are, it just seems a little bit weird. It just doesn't feel right. I don't know. One of the main responsibilities I had working in my national park is to make sure that I survey the climate testing devices. I'm not in the United States of America too, so it might be different out there, but we really put a lot of emphasis onto checking the air quality and trying to maintain it. We try and keep it to the highest possible standard that we can, and it's not really easy. but we have lots of trees, which is really a good thing. Now, on this particular day, I set out to check the first 3 posts and they were fine. I go into the 4th and final one and it's starting to get dark. I can then see that there's a colleague who's already there, so I don't think much of it. I just continue doing my job and do a friendly wave, but I don't get one back. I turn around and go to do my other task, hoping that this person has done it for me, expecting them to catch up with me. I then realise that they look odd. Something about the way that they're standing hunched over just doesn't sit right with me. It doesn't look like somebody who's happy and healthy, it looks like somebody who's a little bit off. I don't know, just their whole demeanour seems really strange to me. I then shine my flashlight over, thinking maybe they're in trouble, and I get the fright in my life. I'm met with something that is wearing an all dark robe, has a very weird goat kind of face, and looks like what I can only describe as the devil, with completely black eyes. It's probably about 7 feet tall, and slowly turns to face me. I drop the flashlight, and within a moment, I'm bolting the opposite direction. Eventually I make it back to the station, and I frantically explain what's happened, and some of the other guys go to check it out. We can't find anything, just my flashlight and its dying light now, because it's been out there in the cold for a while. We don't find a person or devil, but we do find something weird. There are hoof marks in the ground, exactly where I saw this thing. Weirdly, there's none leading away, just perfectly in the position that I saw this thing standing there. We never saw this thing again, but it actually is in our folklore to have things like this around, so I'm certain what I saw was probably the devil or some kind of demonic entity.